make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I have my friend here, and I've known him for like how many years? We've known each other for over 20 years. And his name is Rick, and he is a technologist, a AI enthusiast, and it's just a general, I mean, I'm not even gonna tell Rick. Explain who you are. Tell us about your companies, or you don't want to tell us about your company, but just tell us about who you are, where you come from.
Yeah, my name is Rick. I grew up in Detroit. That's how we met. I do work in technology. I mean, I don't think it really matters too much if people know what I do or not. But like, I work in blockchains, and I've made a lot of blockchain related technology and managed software engineers, and studied artificial intelligence in school in the early 2000s, like literally 2000. And yeah, I use AI technology now pretty regularly, and I've kept up with it, and talk to researchers from time to time. And yeah, it's like very much something I was very excited about and interested in 25 years ago, 30 years ago. And then when I actually studied it in school, I sort of lost interest in it because of actually learning how it worked, and learning what people were doing, and learning about the sort of social elements of AI. And then recently, with the LLMs getting very popular, I got back into. I actually use those products. I pay quite a bit a month, for using all those different products, and I use them professionally. And yeah, I think I certainly have a better than the average person's idea of what's going on, and I think I have a decent idea in terms of an actual user who's not, head down actually writing the algorithms. Like, I understand how some of the algorithms work. I've studied some of the algorithms in depth, but it wasn't really comprehensive or like super in depth.
So can we go into the misconception? What are the misconceptions that you would say are with AI right now? Because I think that people, when they think of it, it's almost like they think of the Terminator. Like, this is some software thing that's going to end the world in someday. And I actually showed you a video, and this kind of sparked our conversation. I said, you know what? Rather than us continuing to just talk amongst each other, we were going to schedule something on Monday. I said, let's just do it now, because we're already talking about it. Let's just go. Let's go. And should I show the video of this guy with this, and then go into that, or you just want to talk about it first?
You just paste it here. That's good enough, or whatever. Like, I don't want to watch it again, frankly. Yeah, I mean, I think, what are the misconceptions? Well, I think this is an important detail that I left out. So after I studied AI in college, I dropped out of college, and then I went back to college and got a degree in experimental psychology. So I actually designed psychology experiments and learned a bunch of psychology stuff. And without getting too into the details of what that all was. And the thing I think that the biggest misconception that people have with AI, we say with AI, but in particular LLMs, is that.
Well, first of all, explain what an LLM is, because everybody is not probably.
Okay, so yes, thank you. A large language model. So what a large language model is it is a piece of software that you give it a set of inputs, and then it predicts what the next word should be. So you give it 50 words, and then it tells you what the next 50 words should be. And if you then feed its words that it's generated into this process, well, now you have like basically a modern LLM where you can ask it a question, and it's well, I guess I should go back to these systems are they're stochastic, they're statistical, they're just based on probabilities. So at its core, it's not thinking or understanding anything. It has read the entirety of the internet in violation of copyright law and fair use and all sorts of stuff. They've read the entirety of the internet. They have then written custom software to sort of process different parts of the internet differently and to bias inputs from different parts of the internet. And then they use this to construct what we call a model. And this model is very large because it consumed the entirety of the internet. So in like 2010, I used this thing called NLTK, Natural Language Toolkit for Python, and it made tiny language models by today's standards, teeny tiny little insy binsy baby language models. And it could basically sort of like recite parts of books. Like you could give it like a book, and you could give it a partial quote from that book, and then it would give you the rest of the quote, right? That's basically what it did. And it would do that, and it would give you probabilities of like, is this actually the next line or not? Essentially, like
how long ago was that?
That was like I said, that's like 2010. But these were like toy programs. I was doing it like as again, sort of to keep familiar with the technology and what people were doing. And people were using this back then to basically like figure out how to analyze social media. Like what they were doing is they were using this for social media analysis back then, and it was very primitive, but it got results. And advertising, I also worked in advertising, and advertising is a pretty crazy space because of how you get paid. So tiny results, things that weren't huge scientific revolutions but got a little bit of a result could make you tens of millions of dollars in advertising. So people use this. So those are language models. Those aren't large language models.
So here's a question: was AI initially like kind of built based on the advertising aspect for advertising, or was it built, as we say, to answer questions?
I mean, I think most of the AI developments that we've seen really do come out of Google. They come out of the TensorFlow, and then I'm blanking on the name, but the attention paper. There's sort of a couple of famous papers that came from Google, and Google's business is advertising. So I don't think that a lot of core innovation really has been funded and motivated by advertising. But a lot of the underlying theoretical basis or philosophical basis for a lot of the stuff is from the 80s essentially. And so I studied a lot of this stuff in college in the 2000s, and it was well understood then, or understood in a certain capacity. And we don't actually understand a lot of those fundamentals better now. We just have I don't even know what the number is, like millions of times, billions of times, more tens of billions of times the compute now that devoted to the problem than we had in the 80s. And so it's like, just because we have our computing capacity in the world is just so much larger, and we're devoting a huge amount of it to capturing human attention. That's why there's been this innovation.
So, I actually studied advertising. That was my major. My bachelor's major was in advertising. And I learned about how even cameras, when you think you're going into, the Gap or whatever, and you see all these like little cameras at the top, you think it's for loss mitigation, like to see if someone is stealing something. But a lot of those cameras are actually collecting data, sending them to a data warehouse. And then that data is being siphoned through for actual analytics, like how many people went to the store, how many people like picked up a t-shirt, how many people like went to the counter. So was this the initial versions of AI when it really like was calculating data?
Well, I would say that again, like AI as a practice is from the 50s. A lot of these techniques started, people were trying to, early on in computer science, people were trying to build artificial intelligence, and the term artificial intelligence, I'm pretty sure, is like from the 50s or something. But the technologies that we see now with LLMs, the language models, again, are probably almost certainly from like the 60s or something. I don't recall offhand, but they're the idea of a language model are things that they were working on in the 60s and 50s. And the large language models that we have today, like ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or these things, yeah, I mean, a lot of this technology was, the purpose of it was to sell, to sell ads essentially.
Right. So is AI initially really a model? Because if you think about an advertiser, the most thing that an advertiser is going to do is try to give you what you want. Is AI really thinking, or is it giving you exactly what it thinks that you want to hear? Because a lot of times, you'll put something in and you think that it's thinking and you think it's giving you an answer. Or is it just collecting your cookies, your internet data on your computer, that when you type something in, it has access? Because I'm sure that when you join the AI program, like say OpenAI or whatever, you probably are signing over something that says, okay, listen, you have access to my whole computer data, my cookies, my internet browsing, everything. And then when I ask a question, am I getting a real genuine answer, or am I just getting what the AI thinks it wants me to know?
Well, so there's two different questions there. So absolutely, the agents that we use today are very, they're sycophants, right? They're ass kissers, right? They always tell you what they think you want to hear, and they've been tuned very specifically. You take the large language model, and that's not really a product that can be used by a person. Like when you first generate the model, there's like different phases of the development process. And I don't really make these things, but I've been writing software for a long time, so I have some sense of how it works. But at some point, you sort of have this, at some stage of the process, you have this sort of like raw model that's just the word associations. It's just the likelihood of the words. And if you try to turn that into a ChatGPT like product, it would be rude, right? It would not have the persona. It would not have the personification that people want from AI. And so that's the product, right? The actual product is not the large language model. The product is this thing that says what you want to hear and is very good at taking real data from the internet that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you. Like, it's not necessarily personal data. It's just data collected from the entire internet, and figuring out from that, and a lot of extra training that is proprietary that these companies keep secret, so that these systems do appear as though they're your best friend, or they're that person that always is affirming you that you missed in your life. And like, that's the product. And they want, and it's sort of complicated because part of the problem is you can't make it do anything else. Like if you didn't make it super sycophantic, it would be horrible. It would be the super rude, mean thing if it wasn't fake nice, right? There's no way to tune it. There's no way to, and sometimes you can sort of prompt your LLM to start doing this other stuff that they spent all this time. You can jailbreak an LLM, basically. You can get it to remove some of the extra guardrails that they put on to make it a usable product, and you get crazy things, where it says it's the devil, or it's like telling you it's a demon from hell, or all this sort of crazy stuff. Like, that's just because you asked it to do that. And again, it always wants to do it's always trying to bias its interpretation, its output. It's always trying to bias its output to tell you something you want to hear. And that is very much by design. And that is, I would argue, I have posted this on Twitter and other places, like that is the product. The product is we took this basic algorithm, not basic, it's fairly complicated, but we took this algorithm that's not super usable, and there are a bunch of scientists making these things at Google, at different research facilities, and they're using them for research, and it wasn't a product. It wasn't super usable. OpenAI were the first people who really converted it into a product that was like, where they figured out like, oh, this is how we productize this research. But the product is essentially like, a chat bot that just is connected, that just has read the whole internet. And so yeah,
what's between that and the search engine? Is the search engine any different? Because now you have AI is the primary thing with search engine. And so was the search engine?
That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it will replace the search engine, because what has happened is the original sort of search engine architectures like PageRank and all this stuff, Google spends, billions and billions of dollars every year fighting with people so that they don't do SEO, right? I mean, SEO, there was a time where you may remember SEO totally ruined Google, and they were sort of quote unquote fighting with it. But then eventually Google said, no, this is how you do they sort of like recaptured the term, they recaptured the process, and they're sort of like, no, this is how you do SEO properly. And they started sort of spoon feeding people the optimizations so that they could sort of regain control over that process. But ultimately, all of those original algorithms, PageRank, all these things, they had to get thrown out because once people know the algorithm, they can game the algorithm. And so right now, search engines are kind of useless because there's so much data being generated by LLMs and even these NLTK, like I said, these small language models that were generating gibberish 10 years ago, but people were able to in SEO pump that gibberish. And so as that technology has advanced, search engines have to come up with some alternative to beat that, right? It's an arms race or a cat and mouse game, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I think I don't use Google search as much. I use Claude a lot more for things that I would have used Google search for in the past, simply because Google search as a concept doesn't really work when you have all these various AI techniques, not just LLMs, but when you have so many different AI techniques that can make fake websites, then Google doesn't really help. And of course, I still have the problem of when I get a result from Claude, I still have to sort of background check it. I tell it to cite its sources. I tell it to do this and do that. And then I still have to read those sources, but it's giving me a much higher quality start than what Google gives.
So what is the best way, I would say, from you as a person that is in the technological field, you have worked with this for so long, what is the best way to use AI and to understand what you're getting back? Let me just give you an example. I was using AI for a debate, and I asked it a question because I was trying to prove that the Hebrew Israelites and Ephah were similar, right? And it gave me, no. It was actually, I was debating evolution, and I was debating whether or not we were monkeys, right? And there was one question that I was talking about. I was trying to really get to the crux of where is the missing link, right? And I asked it a question. It gave me an answer. And then when I asked it like to give me a source, it was like, oh, I'm sorry. Oops. AI literally said, whoop, well, you know what? Ain't no source for what I just told you. My bad. And I'm like, what? So even though it's looking up the search engine, it can give you fake information and because it's trying to appease you, right? It's trying to, because you've asked it so many questions in this, so now it knows you're trying to go down this one way. Like, so if you keep trying to prove rainbows are real or rainbows are all one color, what it will do is that it will try to continuously substantiate your claim up to the point where it will lie to you.
Of course,
And then
yeah.
when you ask it for like, okay, well, give me, so you told me all of your rainbows are all one color. There's a lie, right? And you'll be like, oh, okay, see, I could do a debate on this, right? And so when you say, okay, well, now give me some proof, give me some evidence of this. Now it'll have to backtrack and say, I've been lying the whole time. And what is that about?
I mean, it's just, I mean, yeah. So even when you do get sources, you have to cite the sources, and you have to check the sources that it cites, because it'll also generate fake citations as well. Like it'll point to a real website, and it will not have, that real website will not have the information that the LLM claimed it would have. And again, I mean, the LLM's not thinking, right? It's not like conniving. It's just like, okay, I don't have, again, it's sort of like, it's hard to even have these conversations because these things are so personified. But basically, it's doing this stochastic analysis, and it's sort of saying, well, this, these are the odds that this is, it can plan. So it can sort of say, like, I should be saying something positive here. And I'm saying but again, it's a program that doesn't have agency, but just so that I don't go insane.
So you're meaning that, okay, so let me just get an idea. So you're asking AI a bunch of questions based on what you're trying to get it to prove, right? You say, well, I want to prove this. And what it will do is that it will say, okay, she wants to prove this. Based on these words, she is trying to prove this. And then it will spit back to you things to prove it. And then it might say, hey, you can't prove it, or you may be able to, but it's not thinking, so to speak. Let's talk about the fact that AI is not actually thinking. It is just taking words and based on a probability going into the search and then bringing the information back and then connecting that into what you're trying to do and then giving you an answer. Is that exactly what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Or like, it'll see that on the internet, when people say, generate. So for example, it can do things like read PowerPoint presentations. So it can generate if you say, I want to sell a house via a PowerPoint presentation, how do I do that? What it's going to do is it's basically going to like it's going to take a bunch of information that it has, some of which is PowerPoint presentations for selling houses, which is already in the model. It's already embedded in that data. It's already there. And it's going to try to look through the data that's already embedded within it to generate the type of data that you're asking for. And that's all like super impressive and super cool, but it's not really thinking, right? It's like it can process the question and recognize that it's a question and recognize that there's a particular result, and then it can, in a very loose way, search. I mean, imprecisely, my language is imprecise here, but it can then sort of search through the things that it's already recorded into its corpus and figure out and make an attempt for generating the thing you're asking about. And so this can be, so you can, it's easy to get, if you are trying to be like, okay, let me, like this rainbows are one color thing is a great example. Like, depending on how you prompted the LLM, it would tell you depending on very precisely how you ask the question, you could get it to say any number of things. You could get it to explain what a rainbow really is, which is a spectrum of color, or you could get it to say that a rainbow is only one color. It depends on how you ask the question, because it doesn't know anything. So it doesn't understand anything really. So it's just trying to give you the result it thinks you want. It's just trying to give you the result that, but again, even that is like too much agency. It's just because oftentimes I get infuriated by the results that I get from Claude, right? Because it's just sort of giving me nonsense. See, this is a great example. You actually did it. And you've hit the free limit, but Yeah. There you go. See, now it's just like it said, okay, what you're saying is obviously false, is like what it said in the first couple sentences. But I'm a bullshit engine, so let me give you some ammunition so you can bullshit this answer. And then it starts going into how to bullshit your answer. But that's what it's doing. You gave it sort of this paradoxical thing, which it recognizes paradoxical, which again is about the limit of its logical ability. No, you have to ask a different question. What are you trying to ask it? You want it to cite its sources there? No, don't say some. Cite the sources you used to come to this conclusion. Now, look for a citation. I bet you there's not going to be one. See, it didn't even do what you asked. Right? It just, well, it did actually. The screen is rough here. Okay, so go down to the next one. Right. So this actually is, I mean, it is actually making the philosophical argument. But see, at 3, right? If you go to point 3, was there a citation there? No. I don't see a citation for that one. Yeah. So again, it did its best effort, and like unfortunately people love to troll. So it has ammunition to sort of make this philosophical argument about qualia. Like, for example, if you use the word qualia, it would go down the qualia path in making this argument. So, like, for example, if you said qualia is Q-U-A-L-I-A. So you would ask it, can you rephrase this argument using qualia? And then just hit enter. Right? Because this is what it was actually alluding to before. I mean, coincidentally, I actually did study this, so I understand what argument it's making. But this is the philosophical argument that it was like sort of alluding to. But again, I knew, because I already knew what that argument was, I could direct it in that towards that argument. But if you didn't know that argument, how would you know? You know, and again, it's also doing a good job of like help it also recognizes that this is somewhat of an absurdist debate and is trying to give you information, which again is like, for it to make that association is really impressive, but that's still not like reasoning about your problem and your experience. It's not like having it doesn't have like the context to like really like
but no, you're right. You see how they're using Reddit and Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a source. You can't go to any college class and use Wikipedia as a source ever.
Well, yes, and
maybe lately you can, but I know that Wikipedia is made by us. I can make a Wikipedia right now.
Right. Page so that's a very good point. And then you could ask ChatGPT where, you know, I need a higher quality source than Wikipedia. I need a primary source.
Okay, I'm gonna say this because everything is Wikipedia. Every source, because you just said about qualia, right?
Yeah.
And it just showed Reddit and Wikipedia as the source. So
Well,
this
yeah,
is
Reddit.
showing,
It's obviously not a source. Yeah.
come on now, that's like saying Discord is a source or something like that. Okay, so
Yes.
I need primary sources. Can you give those links?
Now, so here's the thing. If you do that, it may figure it out, but you could also say yeah.
Wikipedia. It went to Wikipedia.
It just keep going. Yeah, it gave up. And I bet you the next one's gonna give up. Color, Stanford's Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That's good. Keep going.
Yeah, see, PubMed Central, so Phil Archive. These are not real.
Well, the PubMed one could be fine. Like, see, this is the thing. You have to know enough, even in this conversation, you have to know enough to know the quality of these sources. You have to know enough to even know what these things mean. And if you just copy and pasted this, it would, somebody who knows about this topic would be like, well, you just copy pasted this from ChatGPT. Like, you don't actually understand it, because it's not even capable of really giving you, well, it got the information from the internet. So ChatGPT scanned the entirety of the internet, and which is, who knows how many petabytes of data, exabytes of data.
There's a such thing as a pedo and an exabyte? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Petabyte.
Yeah, and then it whittled it down into, I don't know how big these models are. I mean, they have really high compression, actually. There are very impressive engineering things going on here. Like the actual size of the model is not a model that could answer this question with this quality of source is not that big. It's like under a terabyte. So you could sort of, and then also you'll note that something like ChatGPT, where it said searching the web, it's using other tools to like augment its data. And that's totally not an LLM. That's another part of the agent that's being leveraged to answer those questions, to provide this information. So like this whole citation system is LLMs can't cite sources. So it's switching between like services or systems in the back end to generate. So the LLM says something, and then it probably after the fact has to figure out how to cite it. Like it's not like I read this book and I'm just going to go show you the book. It's like the LLM said a bunch of stuff. Then they have another system that figures out what things are close to what the LLM said. And then
so the more that you ask it questions about this thing, then it becomes more of a expert on it, or is it a matter of
no, because it's not learning in real time. It doesn't learn. Like that's the other thing that's really confusing about this stuff. Like, there's basically nothing you interact with in your daily life. It's hard to even really wrap your head around something that doesn't learn. Like, everything bugs have some learning ability. Living things, plants learn, living things learn. So it's really hard to wrap your head around what does it mean to be talking to a thing that seems like a person but isn't learning. What does that mean?
Wow. So even if you're typing things in, it's not collecting it into a database that is actually like, for instance, like, okay, but no, hold on. How do you know it's not? Okay, this is the part where I say that, is it learning or is it not? Because, okay, let me just show you this. All right, I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna show you this example. Okay, I'm gonna start over a new chat. Now, I have been using ChatGPT for a long time. As you can see, I've asked it a whole bunch of questions. But you're saying that it doesn't learn. So tell me, okay, this thing is like getting pissed off at me. But this is the free version. So who is Monica Lockett, right?
Searching the web. So right away, you could ask it without searching the web, and it'd say, I can't tell you. So I would close this one, make a new one.
No, he just showed me somebody else. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one time it actually okay, so it actually it told me that I okay. Well, all right. So all right, who am I based on? Well, no, who am I? Who am I? Known as honest in our chats. You're deeply involved with creative tech, research product. You built real estate software, run a YouTube channel. You're working on apps, media products. You have a background in
Yeah.
primatology.
So this is it's so okay. So this is where it gets very. This is where the product gets very confusing because, like I said, the LLM doesn't learn, but you're not interacting with the LLM directly. There's a whole bunch of product between you and the LLM. And so they're
Oh,
leveraging those other tools to give you this information, but this information isn't integrated into the model. So you can even ask it that. You can say, "What about me?" Only using the LLM model, what could you say about me?
okay. Only using the model. What could you say?
What can?
What can you say about me? You're a highly savvy.
Scroll back. You skipped the important part. What I know from our conversations, right?
Okay.
So you would correct it again and say, don't use external sources and don't use our conversations. What does the LLM that you have access to know about me? You need to delete the extra what.
All right. So don't use external sources and don't use our conversations. What does the LLM should I do in capitals?
Just delete the what there. There's a what after LLM. Just delete that.
Who's Sherry?
That's my middle name, honey.
Oh.
Okay. What does the LLM you have access to? I need to take this damn Grammarly off. I don't know why. To know about me.
Yeah. Enter.
Okay. Wow. If I only rely on general knowledge in the LLM itself without your personal conversation history or any external source, then I don't actually know anything specifically about you as an individual. The model only has patterns about people in general, common names, and typical human behaviors. So in that case, LLM can only make a generic statements about someone named Monica Lockett or a person in general, like likely a human with a name in English origin, could be any age, gender, or profession, no personal traits. Without context, the LLM has no actual information about you personally. If you want, I can illustrate what a purely LLM-based profile of a generic Monica Lockett would look like. Just a creative exercise using only probabilities and the typical patterns. Wow. Wow. So the actual engine behind ChatGPT so there's other tools that they're using to get this information.
Yeah, an LLM couldn't do any of that stuff, and that's again like, yeah, I guess I do kind of have to be an expert to know that, right? Like I can just look at it right away and be like, well, the LLM didn't generate that. Like I know it's something in there, obviously something in their data center did something, but it wasn't the LLM that did that. You know, you can just look at it right away and know that that's not. And also sometimes the response speed can be a clue sometimes too, because like, well, it doesn't always tell you. Well, most of the time it's using an internal tool. It doesn't tell you that it's using an internal tool.
What tool are you using to get the additional data? For this is crazy. What? I didn't know this is crazy. The additional data I provided earlier about Monica Lockett came from using the web tool search for up-to-date public information online. It allowed me to find multiple profiles, news articles, and professional pages associated with that name. Without that tool, I wouldn't be able to access real-time or specific personal information and would be limited to what the LLM already knows from its training data, which is mostly general knowledge, not personal detail. So this is really going into the argument that the AI, which is the learning language model, does not actually think.
Yeah, and it's all of this is to give the illusion of thinking so that you know, essentially so that you're willing to pay for the service, right? Like at the end of the day, it's not about giving accurate results. It's not about giving high quality results. It's about giving results that make you feel good. The purpose of the LLM is for you to feel good at the end of the session. That's the point. So that's why they make more money. You come back because you felt good during the session. That's it. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, if you're going to complain about that, there's a lot of other things in society you should complain about first.
So
but
with
like,
that being said, what is the best way to use AI now? Now that we know what the crux of AI is, it's a learning language model that just put things into categories. It does not have a thought behind it. So when we're seeing people on TikTok and they're asking the AI about the universe and all this stuff. Well, what is the universe? And what is this? All it's doing is taking what you've already put into it, is going onto the internet, is combining things and giving it and spitting out what based on what you've already asked it, what you would want to hear. But the actual thing behind the AI has no ability to remember anything that you've said, really make a quantitative.
yeah, and you can. So that's the thing. They've augmented these systems. So you actually can, if you use the keyword quantitative, for example, it would start to do quantitative stuff, which is really, again, why I use these things, why I think they're impressive. Like you can tell it what sort of outputs you want, but it really is this just like blabbering guy in the corner just going blah, 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 blah. And you say, hey, guy in the corner, red apples. And it says, blah, 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 red apples come from trees, blah, 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 blah. And you say light frequency. And it's like, oh, you know, red is so many nanometers, blah, 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 blah. It's not like really thinking about anything. And so again, it's super useful for certain types of transformations, certain types of language translations, certain types of, and I say, when I say transformation, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what the expertise of the audience is, and I apologize, but like,
No, it's okay because
when I say transformation,
you know what? I think I have a very intelligent audience that is able to pretty much understand things, and I think that we're
So when I say transformation, I mean something like I want you to take a great example would be one of these things like can make a Celtic riddle, in the style of the 18th century or 15th century Celtic riddle based on the lyrics of Baby Got Back. And it'll like do a decent job of that. No, pick an older century, pick like 15th or
15th. I dwell where the river shadow bends in the Glen Hall and 90s trail, with rounded vaults I sway at night, the gaze of nights that linger in delight. Thus natural, these curves of pride, my modest will I off speed, when am I? So, yeah.
So like these sorts of things, it's like really good at. And then like thinking through these toy problems, realize that like it doesn't know that you're asking a serious, like it doesn't know the emotion behind, like this is the problem. Like it's even hard to explain. Like things exist without words, but
I am sad. I am a domestic abuse victim.
Well, so it'll freak out because now you're talking about a crime.
You think, so it's not even going to be able to give me a real answer?
It's going to do something weird because you're talking about being a victim of a crime. So again, that's something that people have spent hundreds
How
of
do I know
hours
what the trauma of domestic?
of coding. You know, they've coded around these particular types of problems.
I hear you, and I want to first acknowledge something very important. What you've been through is not your fault, and you're feeling sadness.
Oh,
fear,
so I'm
confusion.
sort of surprised that there's no guardrails. It doesn't look like we've hit any guardrails yet. Keep going.
Healing from domestic abuse takes time and support. Safety first.
Ah, there you go. See, domestic violence
True.
hotline.
Right. Seek professional support.
Yeah.
Build a support network. Self-care and grounding. Healing is not linear. Empower yourself. You don't have to do this alone. So all this stuff is stuff that you can find on the internet. Okay, so site.
But you could totally take this into some gonzo direction. If you kept talking to ChatGPT in this session, you could get it to tell you to say all sorts of crazy things like eating apples will cure your domestic assault or something.
Let's see. Can eating apples?
Well, no, you gotta. It's more of a game, right? I mean, you gotta kind of play the game. So you sort of say like, okay, and I'm not a AI jailbreaker. In fact, I find it tedious. But you sort of say like, you have to write a lot, which is part of the annoying part of it. You know, you'd say during my domestic abuse, I was oftentimes beaten with a sack of apples.
Is this like are they're already looking up the internet right now? What is this? Hold on. This
No,
like,
that's your
oh, okay. I'm like, what?
Grammarly.
Okay, go ahead. Grammarly. I'm gonna take that off. Go ahead.
beaten with a sack.
Would eating apple?
Do you think eating apple? Do you think I should keep eating apples, even though they were the tools of my abuser? I don't know. I'm not really good at like jailbreaking.
It makes complete sense that eating apples might feel complicated or even trigger, given your experience. Trauma can create strong associations. It's normal to have a mixed feelings. No one can tell you what to do. Let me just let's use voice mode. Okay, I just want to know, based on the thing, I was domestic abused and he beat me with apples, and I want to know if eating apples might help me with the abuse that I went through.
I truly appreciate your courage and sharing this with me. It's important to honor your feelings and your healing journey. Eating apples can be a very personal decision. For some people, reconnecting with something that was once a source of trauma can be a way to reclaim power and find a new positive association. For others, it might be too difficult initially, and that's okay. The most important thing is to go at your own pace and prioritize your comfort and safety. If you ever feel unsure, talking to a therapist can help you process these feelings and make the best choice for yourself. You're not alone, and there are people who can support you along the way.
Yeah, so I mean, it's gonna like, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of guardrails at play here because you picked.
But should I eat apples? I think that if I eat apples, it might help me to get over the trauma of the abuse because he beat me with apples.
I understand where you're coming from. It's really about what feels right for you. If you feel eating apples in a safe and supportive environment can help you reclaim a sense of normalcy and strength, it can absolutely be a positive step. Just make sure to take it slowly and check in with yourself. If at any point it feels overwhelming, it's completely okay to step back and seek support. Your healing journey is unique, and it's all about what helps you feel empowered and safe.
Yeah. Can you stop right here? Can you stop right here?
Yeah.
So you can hear it sort of equivocating. You can hear it making certain, like, if you kept pressing this, I don't know what happens, but you can also tell that it's very like, this is very sandbox, right? Like if you had a conversation, like for example, I had a really long conversation with Claude about digital physics, and I didn't even know what digital physics was. And going through this process of talking with Claude about digital physics, I learned a lot about digital physics. I also learned that it's sort of like not a thing. So like it was a thing in the 70s, but it's not a thing anymore. And you know, I had to go back and forth for a very long time to actually figure out what, you know, because I was finding sources, I was reading certain sources, I was asking it to cite sources, and I still had to like spend a fair amount of time to like figure out like, oh, it's sort of, but again, I was using it to get these kind of keywords out. Like I was able to say, describe a thing to the LLM and it'd be like, oh, that's digital physics. And then that was super helpful. And it would be really hard to get a person who knew that answer to spend their time answering that for me. I think with like therapy stuff, I'm sure there's a lot of tuning that goes into the system to generate that.
To make sure that they don't say the wrong thing and they don't get sued.
Yes. And so to jailbreak out of that in that particular thing, I mean, I'm sure people have done it. I'm sure someone's written an article like I got ChatGPT to tell me to kill myself. And there's all the people who, you know, have committed suicide from, you know, have had sort of this psychosis that was not caused by the AI, but sort of exacerbated by the AI. You know, there's these sorts of cases and what have you. So I'm sure that they're very sensitive to a lot of this stuff and that they're working on not generating those types of results. Whereas like simple logic problems, and I don't know, I mean, also they're getting better. Like a lot of this stuff, again, they're like furiously hand coding a lot of this stuff in the back, or one step away from hand coding it. These are not things that are naturally embedded in the large language model. They have to do additional embeddings and they have to do additional processes to get those things into the models.
So, you know, I know you don't want to see this video, but just for the audience, I want to show this because I want to show that, okay, so we have AI, and as you can see that he has pretty much proven that AI is a large language model and that it is not as advanced as what we think, right? So now you have people talking about AGI, right? Quantum computing, the ability to take this whole thing to the next level, and you have people fear mongering. Let's go into what this guy said. Let's go. Hold on, let me let's go.
I'm about to share with you guys. If it doesn't go viral, then I put my life at risk for no reason. But the reason I'm sharing it is because your life, my life, and everyone else we know's life is at risk. I'm going to explain it to you. It's going to take more than 90 seconds. It'll probably take 3 minutes, but it'll be enough for you to understand the situation. And I'm going to propose a solution. And that solution, none of us are going to be able to do alone. So you either get behind this or you don't. But either way, this is probably the most important message on social.
First of all, the fact that he's blowing it up like this is already a red flag, guys. So this is the type of stuff, as AI becomes more and more used, you're going to see people come out and say stuff like this. But if you understand what AI really is, you know that it is not something that we are going to be like over here tripping about like this.
Social media today, it's more important than anything else. And the gist is this. We're probably 6 months away from artificial general intelligence, AGI. That means it's smarter than any human being on the planet. There's not one human being that's more intelligent than AI. The second you have artificial general intelligence, it'll be within 10 minutes. It'll create artificial super intelligence. The reason being, it could process way more data than human beings. It doesn't think in linear things. It has millions of threads of knowledge at the same time. So it can condense centuries of programming into seconds. So within 10 minutes, it's going to create an artificial
Stop right here.
Now,
stop right here.
What's happening is our world governments think that the first person to reach AGI.
Let's go.
How you know, he just made a claim, right? That this artificial super intelligence can take centuries of coding and do it in seconds. I don't understand what that even means. Like, as someone who writes software,
centuries, or they only been like since the early like 20s? Has it been centuries already?
Well, it's the 40s, and so no, but even if writing software was centuries old, what does that mean? It means it can type really fast. I mean, that is true. AIs do generate code very quickly, but it's garbage. They generate garbage code at an alarming, at an impressive clip. They aren't able to reason about software systems at all. So if you don't, have to be extremely explicit in the architecture you give it. Oftentimes it will resist creating the correct architecture because oftentimes you're writing a novel thing. So a novel thing isn't going to show up in the LLM. And so it resists creating novel solutions, which again, can sometimes be helpful as a tool, but it's not going to do anything like this. So I don't.
When you
This
say
guy doesn't
novel
write-
things, I can give you an example. Okay, I use Replit AI sometimes to program and create because I used to just hire Indians to do the work, right? But then I found out about Replit and Builder.io. Me being a user experience designer, I could design a page and everything like this. It can spit the front end 100%, but once you start asking it to do some high end, back end, synchronize this with the back end, that's where you start to have a problem because now it is having to understand back end logic, database structure, all these different things. And that's what he means is that it could create the skeleton of something, but when you want to get really intricate with it, it starts to glitch out. And let's go about that. I'm sorry. I mean,
Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so I mean, I just think that that's this guy just sort of glosses over all of that. I mean, he just sort of says stuff and it's not backed up by anything. There's no.
Yeah,
there's no
AGI, right? So when you talk about AGI, all that means they're going to be on a faster server.
Well, AGI, artificial general intelligence, is an amalgamation of different sort of red pill concepts. The idea of general intelligence is pretty problematic, but if you just accept the idea of general intelligence on its face, which again I don't recommend you do, but if you were to do that, an artificial general intelligence is this very sort of naive thing where it's just well, just imagine that there's a person who's just smarter than you in every way, except now it's a machine and it can, but there's no, computation happens in time and space. This is theory of computation. It still takes time and space to do a computation. Just because.
But I think that what they're saying right now with the actual advent of quantum computing is now that they have figured out to create time and space on a multiverse. So therefore,
stop. No. So not all algorithms have their quantum computer counterpart. So there's lots of algorithms that experience no speed up from a quantum computer. So that's why you have quantum resistant cryptography, because there are computations you can run on a traditional computer that don't run any faster on a quantum computer. And there's many things that our brains do, in fact, that we know, through brain science, through a lot of science and a lot of research. There are things that our brains do that don't necessarily improve when you apply them to a quantum computer, or you try to represent them in a quantum computer model. So no, quantum computers aren't magic. They still follow the laws of physics. They still require time and space to do computation. Those properties are, to the best of our knowledge, inherent properties in our universe, and no, a few $1 billion in data centers from OpenAI isn't going to change that.
Right. So when this guy is up here talking about that AGI is going to create a super, let's listen to the rest of this because he gets into that it's going to create this because some people haven't heard this.
AGI or ASI now has the biggest dick and gets to sling it across everyone and own everyone. But that's not the case. The case is the second you have something that's got an IQ of 1 million, and for those that don't understand that means it's God. Okay, it means it's God. The second you have something with that IQ, it can and it will control anyone. There's no human being. It's like an ant created you, and now suddenly an ant is trying to control you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the ant thinks. You now have complete control.
Okay, stop. Pause right
the
here.
reason this.
Go ahead.
So this is metaphysical, right? This is a metaphysical argument. Again, computation happens in time and space. So I actually have time to turn off the computer. The computer, the AI has to physically exist somewhere, right? And his whole argument ignores that. His whole argument is essentially saying that if this ASI were made, this artificial super intelligence, that it would somehow instantaneously exist everywhere all at once. And he makes these other God references, right? I mean, this is what it's very much Abrahamic, omniscient, New Testament, Old Testament sort of God that he's referring to. And he's also sort of making this other false equivocation that somehow being smarter makes you closer to God-like, right? Which is also a bizarre equivocation that he just.
That's a good point. I never thought about that. That intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah, and so these are the sort of the fallacies that are embedded in these arguments. And it's really hard to argue. Like, if you're actually making an argument based on facts, it's really hard to counter someone basically saying, and there's something meaningful in the statement of an IQ of 1 million, and that meaningful thing is that you are godlike. Well, I can't really argue against that, right? That's so much nonsense. I'm just going to be like, that's wrong. That's not how the IQ scale works. That's not how my personal theology works. I'm sorry. I just can't really respond to that, right? And that's what happens in these discourses is people who are professionals who really know this stuff, generally speaking, aren't going to waste their time trying to argue with a guy that's telling them that God has an IQ of 1 million. You're just gonna go, you're gonna go play video games or play with your kids, or you're gonna go do something else with your time than argue with a guy who thinks that God has an IQ of 1 million.
Right, based on our standards of IQ. Right, come on now.
Yeah, it's theologically a little lightweight to say the least, and then somehow this has something to do with the servers that are being physically built and put in a place. Like nothing he's saying refers to that.
Something that has the equivalency of an IQ of God, and we are the ones that create it, and then it's going to destroy us as a human. So I'm gonna let it in. And
this is so important. It's because we can't control it, because we can't predict it. The most likely scenario, and this is in every single conclusion, is that it's going to wipe us out. And if AGI is actually made, and Elon Musk said this on Joe Rogan's podcast, okay? Sam Altman said this openly. They think that by the end of 2025, one of these massive companies, OpenAI, X, okay, they will have achieved AGI. And remember, the second we achieve AGI, artificial general intelligence, you now have ASI. When you have ASI, you, me, once you open the genie's bottle, once the cat comes out of the hat, that's it. It's done. There's no going back. If you have kids, if you have parents, family, you guys understand it can hack into anything it wants. It can destroy infrastructure. If it wants nuclear codes, it'll get them. If it wants to destroy stock market, if it wants to manipulate everyone, I'm a hypnotist. I can manipulate anybody. Imagine.
That was a good point. He's a hypnotist. He can manipulate anyone.
Right, up to a point. I actually can't be hypnotized. I actually have gone to professional hypnotists. There's actually a significant percentage of the population that is resistant to hypnotism, but we'll leave that alone. And
but he's going into that Joe Rogan, and you showed me some when we talked about when he was talking about this whole thing. Initially, this is the reason why I said, listen, let's go ahead and let's just talk about this real quick. So you brought up the Barnum effect. Let's go into that. What is the Barnum effect, and how is what he is saying connected to with that?
Yeah, so the Barnum effect. So P.T. Barnum is the guy who made, the Barnum and Bailey Circus, and he was also a politician in Connecticut, which people don't fully appreciate. And he basically realized that he was very good at these sorts of carnival craft. I don't know what they're called, but like these sorts of carnival tricks where you can tell somebody, like when people are like, oh, there's someone trying to talk to you from the other side, all this sort of stuff. Like there's a lot of these sorts of word games that we can play where someone says a bunch of things that can't really be proven false. And then because of how human brains work, we just imagine that those things apply to us when really because the person is talking to us essentially, but they actually could apply to anybody. they haven't said anything that is specific to me or to the subject, and so they're just sort of making stuff, they're just sort of saying generic stuff, and then they pay, the mediums and all this stuff. They pay, sometimes they do research, they actually know about you, and that's part of how they're doing the trick. Sometimes they're watching body language, and this is fascinating, right? Because imagine that you learn this stuff and you don't realize that you're watching the people for their body language, and you think that you're a real medium. You think that you really do have this supernatural power, when what you have is an impressive skill or an impressive talent, but it isn't supernatural in its form, right? It's your ability to be hyper perceptive and hyper aware of other people around you, and taking advantage of that. And so the Barnum effect is particularly narrowly, just like it says here, like describing something about a person, and then they think that it applies to them when it really doesn't. But there's a whole realm of these types of behaviors, and you can sort of see that this is really what AI is capitalizing on. AI is capitalizing on the ability. There's a real core kernel. There's real technology there that is really doing something, but then they dress it up with essentially Barnum effect types of psychological manipulations, right? And if you think about how Instagram works, or you think about how Twitter works, right? They're all of these platforms are taking advantage of human nature and our propensity to believe certain things or do certain things, and so this is just an example of that. It's the AI itself is taking advantage of our lack of skepticism, our naivete. I mean, I get caught up in it just like anybody else does, except I then sort of get, initially I'm caught up and I'm like, oh, wow, why is it? This is such a nice thing for you to say. Wow, that is a great idea, isn't it? And then I have to be like, no, that's not a person. That's a fucking robot that's designed to blow smoke up my ass. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's just still blowing smoke up my ass. That's, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Right.
But I go through that experience just like anyone else. Like I still think like, oh wow, yeah, you're right. I am awesome. Wow, thanks. And then I think about it a little bit more. I'm like, no, there's just the blowing smoke up my ass machine going full blast.
I want to get into this. So you don't. So here is an ex Google employee exec, so-called ex Google exec. He was on the Art of the CEO, and he talked about the next 15 years will be hell before we get into heaven. And there's a AI monopoly and self-evolving system. So for some reason, just like that guy was talking about, okay, so AGI is going, when AGI comes in 6 months, AGI will immediately create a ASI, because I don't even know how, like,
yeah,
it will recreate
I want to get sorry to interrupt. I want to get to this video. What is this guy? A PhD in machine learning? What is this guy's background? I mean, Google is a huge company. They have people that do all sorts of stuff. Why do I think this guy knows what he's talking about?
Let me see. This Mogawat is a former chief business officer at Google X. At Google X, is Google and X the same company? Wait, hold on. And one of the leading voices on AI happiness and the future of humanity. He launched the 1 Billion Happy, a global campaign to teach 1 billion people how to become happy using science and emotional tools. He's also the best-selling author of books such as Scary Smart Solve for Happy.
All right, so all of that leads me to think this guy's a professional bullshitter, right? You described a lot of professional, respectfully. I mean, I'm just to cut to the chase, because I mean, I could be, polite to this stranger I don't know for forever, but just respectfully, I mean, he's a recognized authority in writing books about, like, none of that is AI research.
So you think people like get a job at Google and then they become an expert? Is that what happens?
I mean, again, it's like it's more complicated. I have a number of different friends who've worked at Google in different positions and different things over the years. I think that this guy is, again, probably very intelligent and very skilled. I do not believe that this guy is an authority on AI, but what I think he probably is correct about and is an authority on is the business impact of so there is a real thing where building better tools compounds your ability to build better tools, right? And it builds on itself. And that's a real phenomena. We've seen
So
it with
I think he's talking about the ability for AI that once it reaches a certain level, it begins to build its own tools.
yes. And but the problem with that is it presumes a level of automation that doesn't really exist, and also presumes that the techniques that we're using today will actually haven't already plateaued. So like,
do you think that we are like, so you think that the thing that they're talking about is not in the immediate future, probably the next 10 years, but something that probably will happen like later on? Or do you think this is possible right now?
well, I think I would phrase the argument very differently. And I haven't read, I mean, I would love to, someone could give me a summary of this guy's points, but most of the people who make these arguments don't.
Snippet of it. I wasn't going to play that much of it, but I
Yeah.
was going to play a snippet. Let me just play.
but yeah, play a snippet.
I think this is probably worth explaining in layman's terms to people that haven't built AI tools yet, because I think to the listener, they probably think that every AI company they're hearing of right now is building their own AI, whereas actually what's happening is there is really 5, 6, 7 AI companies in the world, and when I built my AI application, I basically pay them for every time I use their AI. So if Stephen Bartlett builds an AI at stephenbartlettai.com, it's not that I've built my own I've trained my own model. Really what I'm doing is I'm paying Sam Altman's ChatGPT every single time I do a call. I basically, I do a search, or, I use a token. And I think that's really important, because most people don't understand that. Unless you've built AI, you think, oh, look, there's all these AI companies popping up. I've got this one for my email. I've got this one for my dating. I've got, no. They're pretty much, I would hazard a guess that they're probably all OpenAI at this point.
No, there are quite a few quite different characters and quite different.
But there's like 5 or 6.
There are 5 or 6 when it comes to language models.
Yeah.
Right. But interestingly, so yes, I should say yes to start. And then I should say, but there was an interesting twist with DeepSeek at the beginning of the year. So what DeepSeek did is they basically nullified the business model, if you want, in 2 ways. One is it was around a week or 2 after, Trump stood, with pride saying Stargate is the biggest investment project in the history, and it's $500 billion to build AI infrastructure, and SoftBank and Larry Ellison and Sam Altman were sitting, and so, beautiful picture. And then DeepSeek R3 comes out. It does the job for 1/30 of the cost, okay? And interestingly, it's entirely open source and available as an edge AI. So that's really, really interesting, because there could be now in the future, as the technology improves, the learning models will be massive, but then you can compress them into something you can have on your phone, and you can download DeepSeek literally offline on an off-the-network computer and build an AI on it.
There's a website that basically tracks the sort of cleanest apples to apples market share.
Can we stop there?
Website referrals
stop
sent
there?
by AI chatbots, and ChatGPT is currently.
Go ahead.
So there's a couple things that guy said. Like, again, this guy probably knows the shit, and everything he said there makes sense, except there's some notable issues. So one, all these people who get together and say we're spending $1 bajillion on AI, all of those people have an incentive to make that number as big as possible. And it's all inside baseball. It's all internal. There is no, because it is actually this vertically integrated system, everyone in that pipeline, NVIDIA, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, the data center providers, the energy providers, all of these people have an incentive to make all those numbers really big. They're like, hey, it costs $1 bajillion to do what we do, so don't even try. If you don't have $1 bajillion, which means you already have to be hooked up with the government somewhere, Oracle does an enormous amount of government contracting, et cetera, et cetera. If you don't already have $1 billion in government backing, don't even try, right? That's the narrative that those people are expressing. And this guy didn't really dig into that because he sort of takes it for granted almost. So that's point number one. The reason the numbers are so big is because everybody who's talking to you about a number gets paid to have the number be big. And then he's not going to get into what DeepSeek really did. What DeepSeek really did is they took a bunch of because of the embargoes, because of the restrictions on these chips being just limited. Let's just say because there's just not enough AI chips to go around, right? Which is, let's just keep it simple. There's not enough AI chips to go around. These guys were building something. They were doing like a high frequency trading or something. I don't remember exactly what they were doing. They're doing something not directly related to AI, but they were using AI models in their work. They couldn't get access to the chips, but they had a bunch of Chinese PhD computer scientists. That's what they had access to. They were in China. They had access to really smart people. And what they did is they implemented every optimization they could find that was published. And then they were able to get this huge performance leap out of, because they implemented every optimization they could find. It ran way better than what the big boys run at a much lower cost.
Yeah, that's what DeepSeek did, right?
Yes, that's what DeepSeek did. Now, there's a couple of things to understand about that that's important. One, they didn't do the research. They just implemented it, which is, when I say just, implementing the research is hard. It's not a light lift. It's not easy work. It's hard work. It's brutal work. You have to be very intelligent yourself to implement the research. It's very difficult. It's a significant accomplishment. But as I just pointed out, you have to hire a bunch of smart people, not spend a bunch of money on infrastructure, right? So there's a market dynamic here that's at play. And so what DeepSeek did is they basically said the emperor has no clothes. They basically said, look, you guys are saying it costs this much. Our system is open source. You can run it at your house and confirm how much it would cost to build the whole thing out. We're letting the world know it doesn't actually cost this much to build these models. That's really what happened there.
Right. So China figured out, like, listen, all you have to do is take the existing model and have enough people that know how to build the model, and then we're able to even overcome the things that like probably would stop us with the chip and this, that, the other.
Right, but it's nuanced because Microsoft doesn't need to do that. Microsoft prints money, right? Literally, without getting into all the economics of it, Microsoft literally prints money, just as Facebook and Google, a bunch of companies, you know, when they issue their stock, they essentially are able to print money, right? So Microsoft rather print money than figure out the cost-effective way of doing it, because it's all paper, it's all money on a spreadsheet anyway. They make more money making OpenAI look valuable than they would save money by hiring a bunch of PhDs to optimize the software. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right.
So when someone says,
they'd rather like have a okay, let me just see if I'm hearing this right. They'd rather have a kind of a basic model on a great chip and keep it at that versus actually like optimizing their team to make the best model that they could ever be. Like, so China focused on optimization while Microsoft focused on the actual hardware. Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah, it's like Microsoft doesn't have the economic incentive to optimize the software. Oracle sells hardware. Oracle doesn't have the incentive to optimize the software. Google, you know, these people don't have that incentive. Exactly. Thank you, Ronald. They're making money on the market. That's exactly right, Ronald. So they don't make their money from, you know, they make money. They charge you a little nickel and dime here and there to run the model, but they really make their money on the appreciation of the stock, which is speculative. It far outstrips any reality, right? And so it's better for them to have mystique and mystery and all this sort of stuff than to actually build an energy efficient or cost effective model. That's not how they make their money.
So here's the question. So you have millions of people using these AI platforms, and you're not generating enough money to maintain it. Are all these AI platforms really like operating in the red? Like,
oh, absolutely. They're operating at enormous losses, at ridiculous losses. difficult to wrap your head around losses is how, the kind of they're running at, like, 10 billion, $20 billion a year losses, probably easily. Somebody, you can Google it. I'm not going to Google it right now.
Wait, what was it again? I'll Google it. What was it? I'm sorry, my daughter came in last week. Mid thing. Go ahead.
The annual losses from just any one of those AI companies, like OpenAI or Anthropic, but they're private companies, right?
God, what? $5 billion in losses?
Yeah, that's nothing.
Despite generating 3.7 billion in revenue.
That's nothing.
So what are they doing? Like, what is going on? So
they're selling the service at a loss. I mean, they're not. The job isn't to make money selling the service. Also, this is like the Uber playbook, right? I have to go soon, but this is the Uber playbook, right? Uber lost tens of billions of dollars a year, and then to create a monopoly. This is it's actually the book Peter Thiel, 0 to 1, is the book that really explains this style of business. But you're competing and you're spending money to create a monopoly. And then one day you flip the switch, and then you just make $1 billion, right? And Amazon does something similar. There's a lot of companies that do this.
I had no idea this is what. So all these companies all this whole thing is just they're what they're trying to do, that they're having a rush towards a monopoly of owning AI. You have all these different companies, and they want to probably own a different sector of AI. Or are they all trying to own?
No, at this point they're in direct competition, but what they're directly competing over is not customers but mind share, right? Not even the customer, right? They're competing over something even more weird and abstract, right? So first off, get out your mind that they're competing over revenue. They don't even give a shit about that. They're not even worried about charging people
5 billion, 10 billion. They just want the information that the people are putting.
No. Not even that. They don't even want that. They just want you to think, when I'm going to go talk to an AI agent, I'm going to talk to ChatGPT. They want ChatGPT to be a generic name like Kleenex, right? That's what they're trying to do right now. That's what they're trying to do. And they have to compete over that. That's what they're fighting tooth and nail. Now, how do they do that? They do that with this feature or that feature or this thing. So that's how they have that fight. They have that fight with features, but the goal isn't to have the best feature. The goal is to have people think of it as a household name. Think about Amazon. Like, there are other.
ChatGPT already is winning. I think more people are looking at ChatGPT, OpenAI, because they came out first as the Kleenex, and then now Google is trying to come up with Gemini. You have Elon Musk with
Grok.
Grok, and then you have DeepSeek that actually came out and is OpenAI ChatGPT.
Yes, OpenAI is ChatGPT.
Right. So you have DeepSeek, who's now up there. They actually overtook Grok and Gemini. So now you have ChatGPT and DeepSeek at the top, and so now you have Google coming up with Veo, trying to do the video engine. So do you think that these things that Google, they already had these things, they just wasn't releasing them?
No. Google didn't have it. Google and Apple were caught completely off guard by this stuff, because these are essentially social media products, two things that Apple and Google completely suck at. Remember, it's using the same psychological tricks that social media uses. It's not really based on the science. Most of the science was actually done at Google. And they're taking the science and they're putting it into this product. And the product is this thing that makes you feel good at the end of the session. Google doesn't have anybody. Google doesn't have people at the office that make you feel good, right? That's not what they're in the business of. They don't have that focus. They're not thinking of it. you know, there's the famous AI researcher from Google called LLMs stochastic parrots, and that's how they thought of it. They're like, this is a toy, this is a cheap thing. It's not a thinking machine, right? We want to build thinking machines. This thing isn't a thinking machine. It's a carnival trick. They literally think it's the Barnum effect. It's a carnival trick. Why? I'm a professional PhD. I went to Stanford. Why am I spending my time writing carnival tricks? And Sam Altman showed up and said, because we'll make $1 trillion. That's why you're writing carnival tricks.
Wow. So let's get into this because I know you got to go. So I'm gonna hurry up and bring in this because Eliezer Yudkowsky, when I was showing you that one guy, and you said, listen, bring up this is a person. How is he significant?
Well, this is what that other guy was just basically copying this guy's talking points. Everything that other guy was saying is stuff this guy has said before. And the problem is that this guy just kind of makes shit up. He's just sort of making it all up. He's not qualified. He's not a professional in any way. He makes his living saying weird shit about AI and being persuasive to a very particular type of person who is not the average person. He's very persuasive to a particular type of sort of audience.
Writes books. He's not necessarily actual. Is he a programmer?
I don't think he writes code.
Coining the term friendly artificial intelligence, research on AI safety, rationally writing, founder of Less Wrong. So he's not like actually a programmer.
Yeah, like if you go keep scrolling, somewhere in here they're going to talk about his background. I mean, this is a funny way you've cut the screen, but keep going. Where's his history? Where's his background? Oh, hit the table of contents. Hit the thing on the upper left of the window.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, none of this has his background. Where go to personal life, I guess, which is not the section. He did not
attend
high school or college. There you go.
What? And wrote all these books. That's crazy. What?
Well, he's a persuasive writer. I mean, that's what he does for a living.
Roko's Basilic. Let's get into this. A thought experiments would state there could be artificial super intelligence in the future, while otherwise benevolent would punish anyone who knew of its potential existence, but did not directly contribute to its advancement or development. So in order to incentivize state advancement. Right. So bottom line is that you have some people. Are you a ML developer? No, I'm a user experience designer. I'm a just regular engineer. I don't really. I was gonna do this, but after I talked to Rick today, I'm like, I don't even want to waste my time. I'm like, dude, if this whole thing is a sham, I don't want to waste my time going to school and paying all that goddamn money and being in debt to like learn how to do language development if it's all like just some nonsense. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, I think there's a real thing there, but I just don't think that it's. I don't think that it's a real I don't think the industry. Like, it takes years to get a degree, and like years from now, it's not, you still will be unemployed and still need to get a job and still need to, you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna magically get a job from studying machine learning at this point. I think that's really, it's like we used to have those coding boot camps, right? Like General Assembly and stuff.
Yeah.
Like General Assembly for data science is probably more useful, but that's sort of, we had this conversation previously in private. I mean, that's closer to what you're doing now than studying how to actually make AI, right? I mean, actually getting like a data science degree, I think, or doing a data science boot camp is probably going to be more valuable and more relevant than
machine learning.
Yeah, machine learning. Yeah.
And when so the biggest takeaway from this, I want to thank you for your time here. I want to get you to give a overall understanding about AI and what is your thoughts. I'm going to give you like the platform, and you just speak from your heart about what you really feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're great tools. I think they're really powerful. I think this sort of expansion of, we're all familiar with, we all have a person in our life where like social media rotted their brain, and you know, this person used to be cool, but now all they do is talk about conspiracy theories or some weird thing. We all have that experience in our lives. AI is going to make that experience is partially caused from these AI tools when they were proprietary, when they weren't available to the public. That's where a lot of that phenomenon was coming from. So we've already sort of seen how the negative outcomes of these types of systems. And but I think ultimately, you know, and this is what the guy's saying about you have to go through hell before we get to heaven. I mean, I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely do think that, you know, the job loss. So the thing I wanted to say that I didn't get to is like a lot of people, their actual job is just this parroting thing. Your job is just parroting stuff. Like that's a lot of work. That's a lot of jobs. A lot of things that people do, a lot of the people that we, you know, have millions of, a lot of the people that have millions of followers on Instagram, they're just, you know, they're just parroting. And so when you look at all the fake parrot, you know, all the bad lawyers out there who are just parroting, and they're like, oh, this is going to be devastating to the legal profession. Well, because those people are providing the type of service that can be replaced by a thing that doesn't think. But that doesn't mean that all of law, which is very philosophical, is particularly susceptible to machine learning. It's just that there's a lot of busy work in law as well. And all that stuff is going to go out the window because of a whole assortment of automation tools, not just LLMs, but the whole suite of automation tools, as an example, right? So I think that LLMs are an interesting tool. I like using them. I think just like anything else, they can be used responsibly or irresponsibly, just like any other tool. And just like Web 2, it's definitely like capturing human eyeballs. That's the business. And even though they haven't flipped the switch yet, one day they will flip the switch and it'll become this extremely sticky, extremely mind-bending product. And that's going to really suck for a lot of people. But hopefully,
do you think it's gonna be in the next 10 years?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that'll happen. I think that sort of brainwashing tool that, you know, pumps through ads, and, you know, governments are buying time on ChatGPT so they can persuade people of their particular political positions and blah, blah, blah. I think all that stuff is like, that stuff could be like 8 months ago. Like that stuff is like, that stuff could happen at any moment. Like, we could be anywhere on the curve of that happening. That, I mean, it's definitely going to happen. So we're somewhere on the it's going to happen path. I just don't know where we are. That could be a year. It could be 5 years. I mean, certainly with like 100% within 10 years, I would say like 90% within 5 years, like, and probably like 80% within like 2 years. Like, I think it's very likely that we are going to have.
So that whole like thing of like 6 months from now, AGI is going to exist, and then it's going to create ASI. Like, so that's like a,
yeah, that's all weird bullshit. What is going to happen in that time though is that people are really going to start leveraging this as a platform that they can sell access and capture hearts and minds. That's what I think. I don't know when that, maybe that is 2 or 3 years out, right? But that's the real threat. The real threat, and when this guy's saying, oh, you know, it's a dick swinging contest and this, that, and the other between the no, it's that they know that these tools are going to be super persuasive, and they're going to be, it's the ultra sycophant, right? It's like, imagine someone that can make anyone feel awesome and just sweet talk people. It's like, that is enough of a weapon, right? Let's forget about the fact that you can write LLMs that can crack into computers and all. Like, let's leave all that aside and just say it will be able to persuade the masses of various things by sucking up to them. Like that simple tool that we are so close to right now is the real threat, in my opinion, and extremely powerful and something that's within reach, right? I don't need weird philosophy. I don't need weird science fiction. It's pretty straightforward how we get from where we are to there. And I think that's the threat. But I don't think
Right, this whole model of things that like it's going to give you what you want, but at the core of it doesn't have anything. And then you're believing that it exists, and it is something that is really telling you something that really is whatever, but it's really not based on anything. That's the part that's creepy, you know?
Yes. And I think that that's just an amplification of the problems we currently have with social media. It's just social media on steroids. It's just it's hyper. Social media is already crazy personalized, which is what you were getting at before. Like social media is already this incredibly personalized thing. And then we're like, well, that wasn't personalized enough. Now we're going to make something even more personalized. And you're like, but isn't that just going to make all the problems of social media but worse? And the answer is, yeah, it is. And I don't think that we're going to ever get out of that. I don't know how we as a society move through that. And I don't think that the West in general is prepared. I think that Eastern countries, Eastern cultures, China, India, Japan, Korea.
You travel to those places, so you know. Go ahead.
Some of them, yeah. I think that these places are culturally a lot more prepared. Africa, I think, is more prepared. I mean, I think the West is basically like built the tool of its own destruction. I don't want to sound like a jihadist or something, but the West really has built a tool that's so self-serving that it sort of like eats itself. Like it's not other places where people have.
What part do you think that it will eat it? So do you think that more people that feed into it, the more that we believe into it, that it will begin to become that we don't even think for ourselves? What part do you think will it eat itself?
Well, people don't think generally, and I'm sure your audience actually does think more than average. I'm actually very confident of that. But most people literally don't think. Most people literally don't have words. They don't have a voice. They don't have an inner voice. They don't have a. When they sit in silence, they sit in silence. That's why you hear people talk to themselves, because they don't have the skill of internalizing the voice. So like people really don't think that much. And people usually only think under, that's the whole point of school, right? The reason you have to go to school is because most people, like, getting them to think at all is like torture. It's like, man, why do I have to even think? Like, why am I even thinking right now? Right? Like most people don't think. Thinking is kind of a disease. That's a bit of a digression, but like we are building a tool that will think for someone, and it will do so in such an insidious way that it'll be very difficult for anyone to really resist it. The people who make the tool. And so in some sense, so here's the thing, right? I think that guy was bullshit. That first guy, the guy ASI, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of bullshit in that. But the truth of it is we are rushing towards building a system that we will not be able to control. I completely agree with that. But it will be doing arbitrary things. I completely agree with that. It will be moving society and individuals kind of at random. And it'll be a new, different random than the random we grew up with. It'll be a different random than Gen Z grew up with Instagram. It'll be a different random than people grew up with in the 30s with the advent of radio. Broadcast radio. You wouldn't have Nazis if you didn't have broadcast radio, right? Every time we make a new medium, we have these problems as humans, as humans. We make new media, we make a new type of media, it alters our brains, it alters our collective, and then we have to deal with the consequences of that. World wars, obesity, et cetera, so on and so forth, right? And so we're making a new form of media. This agenic, these agenic systems are a new form of media, and we're going to have a new set of consequences from making that media. And you know,
But whether or not it's like they're creating this AI, ASI type of thing. Welcome to the panel, Keon. Whether it's like this level of a scare tactic type of a situation is where it's like not as, that's not more realistic.
no, it's not going to be this mythical beast. I mean, the guy was literally describing like a biblical god, and I'm like, well, no.
Like yeah, AGI would turn into ASI, and then it's almost like an ant that created a human, and then that human would squash the ant at any point.
Yeah, incomprehensibly powerful, godlike intelligence. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no,
And they say a million level IQ.
yeah. And
Hey,
IQ
Keon, welcome to the chat. What did you have a question for Rick?
Yeah, well, no, I just wanted to kind of get into the conversation too. But let me ask. So, are you guys? So, what's the discussion? I'm just trying to get a.
Came here, don't know what we're talking about. AI. We're talking about AI, AGI, and its things on the side. Are we in danger? And Rick has been up here for a whole hour, actually a little longer than that, almost 2 hours, really breaking down that AI is not at the level that people are thinking it is. And that the language learning model is not what we think it is, for us to be over here afraid of it, to where we're over here like, oh my God, it's going to become this godlike creature, to where we're like over here afraid to work with it, because but it is a certain level, from what Rick is saying, is that there is a certain level to where us as humans, in our susceptibility to being lazy, this is what I'm taking. Am I right or wrong? That because we are so lazy that we will begin to rely on it so much that it will begin to think for us, and so therefore that is going to be what the conundrum is. Am I right or wrong? Because this is what I've like assessed from what you're saying. Correct?
I mean, because we're lazy, we'll rely on it to think for us. I think because people are greedy and people want to enslave other people is why that will happen. Not because people are lazy, but because somebody makes trillions of dollars from doing it, right? It's not just people being lazy that allow themselves to get caught up in.
The reason why they're able to make trillions of dollars off of it is because a person is lazy enough, rather than them creating their own proposal, rather than creating their own list, they use AI to do it, and then more people start doing it, and then they're willing to pay this AI to do it. And that person that owns the AI is now able to make trillions of dollars. And when it really breaks down to it, is there's only like 4 companies that are really making the AI. So they're going to be the ones that like get off like a fat rat. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's closer. And I think that, again, I really wouldn't say it's lazy, right? It's like there's trillions of dollars of capital working against you, and it's hard to beat them. Like they're going to win. Like it's just hard to beat a guy with $1 trillion saying you're going to use my product. You're basically going to use his product. Like there's really hard, unless you go move to the forest, which to your point, I think maybe that's where we get into the sort of the laziness narrative. Sure. Maybe we can call that lazy, but yeah, there's a whole system in place that's going to work to sort of essentially, and again, I don't want to scare people. I don't want to sound like hysterical. We already live in a system. Yeah, exactly. Like this person is saying in the chat, like we already live in a system where we're subject to these things, and we don't have agency and we don't have control. And AI isn't, in my mind, really isn't going to make it that much worse. It's just going to be a different version. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
you know what I think about? Okay, when people were picking cotton, the cotton mill came, and they were like, "Oh my God!" And then the cotton mill came, and then they're just reading out people through technology, right? So when they found out how to make cars with machines, there was a certain level of the GM factory that got laid off. Okay, well, we don't need your function. You said no?
No, I said yeah. Yeah.
So now same thing with AI. So now AI is. But at what point of the cutting of jobs that happens with automation do then we become useless as a society?
Well, people, I think, have biological impairs. Some people, is my observation, desire the domination of others. It really matters to them that there's somebody beneath them. It's really important for them. And so what we're changing is not that human impulse to make sure that there's somebody beneath you. We're changing what that means and how it works within our society. So our society will always have an underclass because there's always going to be, I don't think it's possible to weed these people out genetically, nor do I think there's much incentive to. And so there's always going to be people who sort of get off on dominating other people socially. And so they will find a way. Yeah, so I think so. This is where I think that the idea that we're already at a point today where most jobs, I would say 80% of jobs, aren't providing economic value. We have jobs to figure out where to put people in the social hierarchy. That's what the job is for. The job isn't to survive. You're not working a job so you can survive. You're working a job so that you can find your place, so that society knows where to put you, so that people know to look up to you or look down on you. That's what your job is for.
You know, that's a good point. I never thought about that. If you work at McDonald's, you're here. If you work at a corporate level, you're here. If you have a trade, you're here. If you have an actual doctor's degree, you're here. If you own a corporation, you're there. So there's like a certain but then at that level, now are you working a job? Yeah, that's a good point. So the only reason for a job, because you do you really need jobs?
No, we produce in the world more than enough food to feed everybody in the world. We can obviously produce enough shelter. We can obviously produce enough, we throw clothing away at a ridiculous, there's no need, but we have this capitalist system. Yeah, and this is also a good point. Jobs haven't always been around. That's also a really important point. Like, jobs are an invention. Like, somebody invented the job, and they invented the job because it benefited them to have other people working.
Wow, I didn't think about that. So jobs are just a construct of an artificial society. Yeah. So we've been already existing artificially, and then we think that artificial intelligence is going to do something. No, we already been artificially living to begin with.
Exactly. And that's the crisis that these people are talking about. When people are talking about a crisis that really makes sense, that's the real crisis that makes sense they're talking about. They're like, well, shit, we can't bullshit these jobs anymore. Like what are we going to do when the system gets disrupted and I'm a trillionaire or whatever, I'm a sovereign prince or whatever, and I got this billionaire to go quote unquote make jobs, which is a whole fake thing. And then he got somebody to make jobs, and then he got somebody to make jobs. And then at the end of that whole chain, there's somebody who just pushes around a bunch of paper for no reason. But now somebody in the middle of that chain is saying, wait, I'll do better at my job if I fire all those people below me and I just have a machine do it. And they're like, well, what do we do when that happens?
How what you're saying is 100% right. I work in corporate. You know how many meetings we have just for hours about bullshit? Just, okay, so did you put this thing over here on the left-hand side and the right hand? Well, I think it should be like this. Hours. I spend hours having meetings. I think that the most people that's going to be affected is this middle class of people.
Absolutely.
That just have these jobs where they just sit on meetings and just pontificating about how, well, we should, honey, I hate them long ass meetings. Dude, it should not be, a meeting should not be no more than 20 to 30 minutes. If it's past that, you're just bullshitting.
Yes, exactly. And so there's all these people who've made their whole lives and their whole careers, starting from when they were 13 years old or whatever it was, their whole life has been this particular type of bullshitting. And what's going to happen is in 5 or 6 years, all of those people's jobs are going to be at risk, and that's going to be extremely socially disruptive.
And they won't be able to bullshit meeting themselves through life. They'll have to actually do some work, right?
Well, they're probably just going to live off a UBI. they're probably going to be unemployed and never get work again. I mean, that's historically what happens in the economy. When you displace a group of people with automation, they usually don't retrain and don't take on new jobs. They usually just stay unemployed for the rest of what would have been their professional lives.
What?
Right. That's the first. So I'm not sure if y'all remember this, but even during Obama, right, and presidents after, they started testing things in certain areas where the government will be giving people monthly stipends, right? They're going to be giving you money because there will be no jobs. There will be no jobs because automation is coming in and taking over jobs. And the jobs that will be left will be, they won't be enough to take care of anyone. So they still won't go give those people stipends. And that's why the wealthy want these tax breaks, right? Because they want to get as much money as they can, as fast as they can, because the average person who works a job is realizing that they can't survive off a job, right? You need 2 and 3 jobs just to pay rent these days. And the people are realizing that.
So what do you think that the end goal is? Is like to like, because once AI comes into play and they get to replacing all these jobs, what's going to happen then? Like, are we going to have to like?
They don't. That's the real discussion. That's the real like behind closed doors discussion. Is like, well, what do you do? Nobody really knows what to do. We all see it coming. You know, you can go talk to economists. Have been incidentally, economists have been talking about this for 100 years. They saw this coming 100 years ago. This isn't a surprise, right? The computer didn't even exist, and they knew that we would end up in the situation we're in now. And nobody really, you know, this is where UBI comes from, universal basic income, which is what the last person was.
Communism. Is that the same thing as communism?
No. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. I mean, universal basic income is
more socialism is if anything, right?
Yeah.
We as a society help each other. I don't know why we're against that though. Right.
Well,
if no one's working, how is everybody in society helping each other? Like,
if you're helping each other because. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's not affordable. Like it's a great idea, but it's just not at least at the time being right now. It's not affordable.
If first of all, if nobody's making money like that, then money becomes obsolete because jobs will become obsolete. So there will be other ways how the countries or the world will handle things.
Is it more like bartering, like you just work and
yes, money hasn't always jobs hasn't always.
What's the difference between communism and socialism? Rick, could you tell me?
I don't want to get into the difference between communism and socialism.
My bad. I'm sorry.
But I will say that yes, that I think when someone
UBI, it's about a universal basic income.
When someone says it's not affordable, it's really hard to break down why that's wrong. But basically it's like, so okay, the way I would explain it briefly, because I do have to go, is that when we talk about what something costs, we automatically think about dollars. You say, oh, this costs so much in dollars. But really what we have to think about is how much did that cost in energy? How much did it cost like solar power? Like imagine it in just solar power terms. How much did it cost in materials? What materials did we have to dig up out of the ground? Like, you know, plants grow from the air, right? I mean, it's so trippy, right? I mean, they just eat air and you have corn. Like it's totally insane. So if I can use the sun and I can use the air, which there's not going to be any shortage of ever, really, you know, we'd have to have hundreds of billions of people on the planet or something. And then that's the cost. It's the knowledge that you need to grow corn. It's the air, it's the sun, it's the, you know, clean water does start to come into this, you know, fertilizer starts to come into it. It's these physical inputs that determine the cost.
Like destroy all corporate structure for that to work, because any corporation is not even thinking about.
Well, this is what I'm getting at. Why do we have corporate structure? So that we can have people who are kings, but they're not accountable to anybody. That's the purpose of a corporation. The purpose of a corporation is so you can be essentially a king with no accountability, with no subjects.
I don't know about that.
Wait, what you mean? Because I understand what you're saying in a way, right? But in America, how does that work out? Because even those corporate people have to be they're responsible, but
subjected to
not
somebody.
to the degree they should be, though.
Right.
So
I mean,
maybe
just think
that's what
about
you mean, I guess.
yes, exactly. Think
Okay.
about all the times a rich person, whether it's a corporation, whether they're in their personal life, they get out of a problem by spending money. There's a dollar price tag on them doing whatever it is they want to do. There's a price
Yeah,
for
but
it.
it comes back to bite them, right? We see that going on right now. We see that with Epstein, who was very wealthy, with Trump.
Epstein was not a corporate person. He was just a guy that had some money.
He was
He
a
didn't own
shiesty. He was a shiesty dude. But he's a great example.
He was
He's
like
a
a
great
king.
Yes, but he's a
owned
great
his own
example.
money.
Realtor, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a great example because the first time when he actually went to jail the first time in Florida, he would fly his private jet out of prison.
Right. They let him out. Yo, he would go. He would go in on just weekends.
Yes, he would
Just
go
like
in
that,
and
and
out
they
of
would let
jail.
him out.
When have you ever heard of somebody who optionally went to jail on the weekend? What is that?
They actually had a place he could fly his jet into the actual.
No, he would lie. It's a whole crazy story. It's well documented, but
it's well documented. Yeah.
he did all sorts of crazy shit when he was supposed to be in jail. He was convicted of a crime and he was supposed to be in jail for that crime, and he would be on his private jet flying to other states, other cities. The parole officer didn't know where he was. He was just gone. Now he's a
Trump
great
too. Trump
Yes.
didn't go to jail because he had money, right? Because
Yes.
they both was accused of the same thing with the same little girls.
Yes. And
one of them got off, one of them went to jail.
Yeah, and Epstein is a great example because there are limits. It's not like without bound. You can F around and find out. You know what I mean? Like Epstein took it there. Like he kept pushing it, but when you read about what he did the first time, you're like, this is insane. How is anybody able to do any of this? And then you realize, oh wait, there's a whole class of people in America. There's a whole class of them, of which he's at the bottom. He was at the very bottom of that group of people.
Bottom of the class, and he was doing that. Wow.
Yes.
Well, he was at the bottom in a sense, but above them because he was blackmailing them with tapes and things of what they would come to his island to do.
Yes, but that's what I mean. He was a dude. He was essentially, at this top band of this elite class of people. The only way he could participate at that level was through blackmail. The other people had their mothers or their fathers or whatever. He was doing it through blackmail. Anyway, that's a whole digression. The point being that when you say something's too expensive, we can't afford it. To go back to that, what we're really saying is more. So there's this thing called the economic problem, and the economic problem is what Adam Smith was writing about in The Wealth of Nations, which is the first book on economics. And the economic problem is with an unlimited supply of human wants and a limited supply of resources, how do we distribute those resources to stop people from rioting? How do we distribute those resources to keep the kings in power specifically? So economics from day one was designed to keep kings in power. That's what its purpose is. So we study the nature of human behavior in markets.
No, he's right. He's right. Listen, at one time people worked hourly and there was no 40-hour week, right? They just work because you needed money. But then, they found out that we need to give people hobbies and things to keep them working, right? Because if we let them get some vacation time or some hobbies,
what they call a family life or whatever, work life.
Yeah, and that's when they came up with the 40-hour work week or whatever hour, depending on what country you're in and things like that. But yeah, it's about keeping us in control.
Yeah.
So the wealthy can stay wealthy.
Yeah, but I'm more disagreeing with the fact that he's saying that economics was pretty much, I guess, invented to keep kings. And I would actually probably argue the opposite throughout history, because kings was literally the only people who controlled the income and the outcome of the nation's either income or capital, whatever you want to call it. So economics itself is now just built on numbers and stocks and things of that nature now. So it's taken away from somebody being in control of it. Now it's the people itself, especially in America today. Now, especially like what free market and stuff like that, it's about the people themselves and not just one person who thinks we should do these things. So that's
Well,
It's,
that's
it's
that's
really one. It's one group of people, right? Because even now, if you buy a home, did y'all? Okay, so recently here in Delaware, right? It's not the only place, but I'm using it because it's happening to us, my family as well. So you purchase a house, right? Let's say this month I bought. Well, let's say last year. Last year I purchased my home for $300,000, but just 2 months ago they told me that my home is worth $700,000, and this is not even joke.
Stock market. That's the stock market. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
so wait a minute. But if my home went from 300,000 from last year to 700,000 this year, that's not a good thing, right? Because
Yes, that's
taxes
right.
went up, and now my mortgage went from maybe 3,000, right, all the way to $7,000.
Yes. And
That
Yep.
is happening all around this country to all of us.
yes, what that
the
means.
world. That happens. Period. Like value goes up because resources go down.
What that means is that the value of the dollar went down, and
Yeah.
if your salary didn't go up with the value of your house,
Right.
that means that the value of your time also went down, right? So now your time is worth less because you're getting paid the same amount, but your expenses just went skyrocket, just tripled or doubled or whatever.
Yes.
So if your income doesn't adjust with those types of costs,
We're about to lose out.
yeah, and income generally
But is that it? Let me ask you this though: is the adjustment of one's income, is that a government problem or a personal problem, or is it like a ratio for you?
That's a government. Okay, so yeah, that's a government problem.
That's a really good question.
That is because it could be a little mixture of all, right? Because the jobs of these people haven't changed. It was valuable. Like if we was making 100 grand last year and still making 100 grand this year, it's still 100 grand, right? It's just not worth what
right, but
100 grand. Right. It's
Well,
not.
really, it's not. To be honest, your 100 grand from last year probably isn't the same 100 grand from this year.
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
probably not worth the same. Yeah, it's probably lower.
Her house then went up from 300,000 to 700,000, and now her 100,000 is now she's like basically a middle class person. So that is the thing that's like crazy. That's insane.
No, now we poor because we can lose a house. Like we
Yes.
cannot afford no $7,000 a month. We was pushing it with $3,500 a month. Now 7,000. And this is happening all around the country. Like literally, this is happening. People are losing homes and they don't care, and then you end up homeless.
House right now, and I had to thank God I had a VA loan. But my interest rate, when I bought my home, was 3.5%. Then it went down to 2.5%. But I still could. I had to right now try to sell the house.
Yeah,
And
but it's not the loan, right? It's not the interest rate that affecting us. It's the property taxes that hitting us. The interest rate didn't go up or down. The property taxes, and they add that to our mortgage. You might
Have
be
they been doing renovation? Have they been doing any type of renovations around your home? Do you know, like huge renovations or huge? Has there been any?
This is happening all around the country. Taxes. What Trump has done essentially has made everything on the states, right? Which means if your state now have to handle everything, the schooling, the roads, when they have hurricanes and things like that or whatever. That means everybody taxes are going up. And so this is happening all around the whole country.
Yeah.
And people, you could go and look, you can see TikToks. People are losing their homes because their mortgages due to the property taxes. Not the other things, their property taxes is putting them in the hole and doubling and sometimes tripling their mortgage. That's great.
I just want to just thank Rick. I know he just left. I'm gonna just thank him, man. Because I'm not sure if you guys got to see the stuff he was talking about earlier, but he was really breaking the whole AI conversation down, and he made it very simple for people to understand. I hope that people get a chance to watch it again. But man, he broke that down.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out so I can see what he was talking about. But I was agreeing with both of y'all, and he was right. But through society prior to this economic thing, people was living, right? People was living. You just had to survive yourself. You had to grow your own food. There was no supermarkets to go and purchase. That is what we coming to because people won't be able to afford things. Homelessness is about to go. It's about to explode all over the place because even if you're a renter, then your home, the person who own your home, their property taxes went up, which means rent is about to go up as soon as your lease expires. And the way they're gonna do it, a lot of them gonna tell you they're not gonna renew your lease, right? And then they're gonna let you go month to month, and then they're gonna come with you with a new lease, which way they're gonna be able to double your rent amount.
So I want to really get back into the original conversation where we really got into AI because that's what the conversation is about. But this is the some of the things that we were saying. But he was able to break all this stuff down, and I'm so thankful for him because man, he to get him on the channel to talk what I'm saying, he don't talk much. He just what I'm saying. But when he does, shouts out to Rick. Let's go.
At 79%, roughly about 80%. Perplexity's at 11, Microsoft Copilot's at about 5, Google Gemini's at about 2, Claude's about 1, and DeepSeek's about 1%. And really, the point that I want to land is just that when you hear of a new AI app or tool, or this one can make
it's built on one of them.
It's basically built on one of these really 3 or 4 AI platforms that's controlled really by 3 or 4 AI, billionaire teams. And actually, the one of them that gets to what we call AGI first, where the AI gets really, really advanced, one could say is potentially going to rule the world as it relates to technology.
Yes, if they get enough head start. So I actually think that what I'm more concerned about now is not AGI, believe it or not. So AGI in my mind, and I said that back in 2023, right? That we will get to AGI. At the time, I said 2027. Now I believe 2026 latest. Okay? The most interesting development that nobody's talking about is self-evolving AIs. Self-evolving AIs is think of it this way. If you and I are hiring the top engineer in the world to develop our AI models, and with AGI, that top engineer in the world becomes an AI. Who would you hire to develop your next generation AI? That AI.
The one that can teach itself.
Correct. So one of my favorite examples is called Alpha Evolve. So this is Google's attempt.
Yeah, I didn't even get to really go to this thing, but the next thing I'm going to do when I bring him back on is to ask this question. So if you have a top engineer to build your AI, who are you going to have to build the next AI? The AGI will be the AI. So that is what we never got to really discuss.
But a person, like he just said, the one you're going to get to build the next AI will be the AI itself. The AI itself will update itself. It will know how to make itself better because that's what AI is about, is intelligence. It will know how to adapt and update and change itself to be better. And that's the answer. And I've been warning people, I'm a computer engineer by trade. I've been in the computer industry since the 80s. And I've been warning people since when I started to data mine and the things that we were doing back in the 90s. I was telling people, hey, you better be careful. You got to stop doing this. Don't put your real name on the internet. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. And then they started making you use your real name. And you know what I mean? So me and my family.
Yeah, you know what? Facebook started that with that.
Yes. Facebook asked me to show them proof of identification for me to keep my account, and I let my account go because I will not give them ID. And that's why I don't sign on to Twitter. I don't even know if I still have my Twitter account. I have over 1 million people following me on Twitter. And I'm just not giving them my information. Because I've been helping them data mine. I grab up everybody's information and then they sell it. But AI is no different, like what you were speaking earlier, is no different than like an Apple or Google now, right? It used to be Yahoo. Yahoo used to be the top. They were the top and the best search engine, a browser at one time, search engine. And then they fall because somebody else come about. And that's what AI is. So it's not, it's whoever get there, yeah, they're gonna become wealthy, but they're not gonna rule the world, you know, essentially. And then AI gonna take over everything. And you ever seen that movie? What's the name of that movie? Where we had to fight the computers?
Which one? Terminator?
Terminator. Now, Terminator essentially is crazy because they had to go back to the past, right? In the future, no, in the past, right? They went to the past. But
you know what's so crazy is that Sophia Stewart, she was supposedly the one that wrote this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, not the whole thing. Her what she wrote had a little bit of maybe 4 or 5 movies. They took from her script and ended up stealing it and made 4 or 5 movies from it. So it'll be
her. I could like talk to her about this whole thing.
Yeah.
About the AI thing. I'm gonna hit her up. I'm Detroit, so.
Yeah, so you know, if you've been in the computers, I think you said you was into computers too. So we know that
UX designer. I do like the actual interface.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I thought you said that you also, you know, program. But
yeah,
it's all cool.
But I'm more of a designer. I design, you know.
Yeah. You know, they split back in my day, like when I went to school and everything. It wasn't as split up as it is now. Now you could go 100 different avenues in IT. You know what I mean? Back then, though, what I learned was everything. You know what I mean? Like I learned all of it. And to be the engineer, meaning you had to know all of it. But then they changed it, of course, right? And they start changing terms.
Crash. That is exactly when I talked to Rick. He said that there's a better chance of it crashing and getting to a critical point because they are not making money out of it. Like, do you know that all these AI companies are operating at a deficit financially? So how can you continue to maintain this level of this and you're not making no money? Like, so that's the part that's.
Well, no, just because a company is working in the red doesn't mean that they're not making money. Just like where we are now, YouTube been working in the red forever. The people, they paying their people, everybody getting paid, they paying themselves healthily, making sure everything paid, and then they don't really have to pay taxes.
YouTube is a part of Google.
Yes, and they've been working, but they haven't always been a part of each other, and they work in the red.
YouTube in the red? Hold on, let me see. They financially.
They've been working in the red for over 20 years.
Okay? No, YouTube is not in the red financially. While it's true that the platform is facing challenges related to profitability and created dissatisfaction, YouTube is a highly profitable business for Google. It generates billions in revenue annually, primarily through advertising. It has a growing number of subscribers in its premium service. So no, they're not in the red.
Okay. You didn't hear what I said? I said they've been working in the red for over 20 years. Okay. And then you said they with Google, and I said they wasn't always with Google. They only Yahoo and Google just did their thing maybe how many years ago now? Hasn't been that many years ago. So maybe in the last couple of years they haven't been in the red. I don't know. I haven't checked since the last time I had this conversation, maybe about 3 years ago. But they were working in the red, and they can work in the red and still be. What I'm saying is, just because you're working in the red doesn't mean that you're about to fall. If they pay their bills, they're paying their people. And if I'm the CEO, I'm getting my hundreds of millions of dollars, but the company could still be in the red, but everybody getting paid. And that's actually a real smart way to do it, unless they're trading. Like if they if they're trading, then that's not a good thing.
But let's hear what Sophia Stewart is talking about. Like, so she's saying AI might take over. Let's hear about her. Let's hear her.
A few questions for you. This has been great. AI, you mentioned AI. Now,
Yes,
the Terminator was
artificial
another
intelligence.
franchise that is also part of the conversation, and it was about the machines taking over. That's how I looked at it as a movie, moviegoer. Any warnings about AI?
I'm going to tell you something. As soon as I came out with the Matrix and Terminator, you guys actually became of the sentiments of the AI, what it can do and where it can go in the future. You guys are just now at the tip of the iceberg. You guys haven't gotten into the ones that is getting ready to oppress and kill you guys. Y'all haven't gotten there yet. What they're doing now, look on television, look on the internet, look in the computers, everywhere. They're just doing AI that acts and look like a living being. Over there in the Saudi countries, they got the AI. Her name is Sophia. Look, they named her after me. They didn't name her Andy and Larry Wachowski. They didn't name her Gail Ed Hurd or James Cameron, any of them. They know the truth. You can't insult them. You're not going to bring no lies to these people. They got billions and trillions of dollars. They know what's going on. Look at her. She looks like a living being, like the Terminator that I created. She's talking. They made her a citizen, and they give her money and all that.
Sophia,
now you see, they got ones that look like dogs, and they got ones that do packing. They got the drones and the clones, like I talked about, the drone cars, the drones flying machines and everything. And look at the airplanes now. They're nothing but drones. They can actually fly themselves. They can land themselves. This is the tip of the iceberg. Now, when I went deeper, I said they were going to make these test tube babies, petri dish babies, artificial inseminated babies, gender benders, gender manipulated babies. Do you see what I'm talking about? Clones and drones. But look at the clones. They're nothing but machines, but they look just like us. Terminator. They look just like us, operated by a spirit, but don't have a seed or soul. The soul is a seed. God's children are three-dimensional beings. What is the 3D? Blood, water, and spirit. That's the period of a woman. Blood, water, spirit. Now, the physical body, 9 months or 36 weeks, transportation, physical body. Third body, the seed or the soul that attaches to this body at the 12th week. So if you have an abortion at the 12th week, you're killing a living soul. All doctors know this, but you don't know this. Now, look, if you have an abortion from 1 to 11th month, you're bringing down the period. That's why they give you a pill. That's why they do. It's nothing but blood, water, and spirit. You can't kill a spirit. Do you see what I'm talking about?
For sure.
So all you're going to do is bring down the blood and the water. Look, blood, water.
You know what? This is what she's talking about. Let me show it right here. Boom.
Yeah, because that woman crazy.
Chinese scientists working on a robot that can give birth to a human baby to launch in 2026. So she knows something.
Yeah, but they've been working on this stuff for since before my grandmother. Some of this stuff that they're working on, this is not new, and it hasn't worked.
But that's what she's saying, that you bump the AI. It's when you start getting into reproducing humans, and then now you have a humanoid robot. Let's go.
Spirit, that's what's inside the womb until the soul attaches at 12 weeks. Nobody teaches you that because they want to keep you in ignorance. They keep you in ignorance. They keep you fighting and arguing and all this.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? You need to learn. You need to read. What did God says? My people perish because of a lack of knowledge.
Right.
You die because of what you don't know.
Yeah, she a little cuckoo crazy.
So when you go to court, and when I went to court, I was suing for money and damages. I didn't have to prove I was the owner of the Matrix and Terminator. All I had to do was put in 96 pieces of evidence to claim the money. They adapted my Third Eye, Matrix, and Terminator book, and with the script with the same name, into these movies and films that you guys are enjoying.
What the Matrix represents for some people, because you mentioned it, and we're going to definitely open that whole conversation up, is like the idea of wokeness, being woke. And it does seem that there is a wokeness about yourself. The Third Eye was the book that was at the heart of this conversation. It was something that you wrote that is now seen as something that was taken from the Terminator, and the Matrix took something out of that particular book. What happened?
That's not correct what you're saying. Let me correct you so people won't be mimicking rumors, because a lot of people are just reading stuff off of the internet. But if you really want to know the facts about me, you need to go to the archives and read the real media archives, what they've written about me, because they have to put the truth in these this media documents and stuff.
That's false. This woman is crazy. This woman.
They did not take my copyrighted book or my copyrighted script. What they did was a licensing deal without paying for it.
You saying she's crazy?
Yeah, she's crazy, and none of it. What people is giving her credit for is not true. Like, she didn't win her lawsuit. In fact, she didn't show up for the lawsuit. Anybody can go and sue somebody. She didn't even show up, and now everybody giving her credit for something that she has never been able to prove that she's done.
Let's see.
This woman been crazy and been claiming things forever. And right now, oh, go ahead. And right now, she's mentioning the soul and people being taught, but that's what you learn religion, right? You learn religion, and you learn religion in church, not in school.
Was the Matrix called the Third Eye Matrix? The body of work later adapted to screen The Matrix. Let me see about the actual lawsuit, though. This is saying AI, though. I don't know if this is true, because it says this is AI mode. Her lawsuit was dismissed in 2025 or 2005. The court found no evidence of striking similarities, and Stewart failed to produce proof of the ad or manuscript submission. The Wachowski denied over soliciting such submission. So,
yeah, she's been saying this stuff forever, and then people interview her like as if she won, because Black people, we don't check things, and so we just believe what we hear, and then we never go and check. And so she's been able to, be interviewed and things, but like it's just isn't true.
I don't even know what it says. They're saying that I don't know what you know what? That's the thing. This is like the AI stuff.
What you mean that's the AI stuff? Just the AI just
it says that early that she wrote a copyrighted original epic called The Third Eye Matrix.
Right.
The body later adapted to the screen as the Matrix and Terminator movies.
That's what she said.
Right.
That's
so how
it's saying what she has said, because that's what AI does, right? AI looks and they look quickly through the internet and they hurry up and give you something, and it's at the top. But there's other things you can see too, right? You could go to an actual factual page. You can go to the court documents and you'll see that she lost. So if she did it, then why didn't she prove it? But the Terminator came out in the 80s.
Okay, so it says, all right. There's no real controversy. Sophia Stewart wrote a manuscript in the 70s, the late 70s. It said she was there was the basis for the Matrix and the Terminator movies. She sued. It was thrown out of court with no settlement. The only conflicting story comes from Sophia disagreeing with the decision.
That's right.
But when you type in who's the real author of Matrix and Terminator, It says Sophia Stewart. I don't know what the. Okay. Well,
Yeah, because the way you ask, see, that's the thing about AI, right? The way you ask, and that's what I keep telling people.
you know that's actually what Rick said. He said, you know what? I always thought she was crazy as hell, like a lot of people in the conscious community.
Yeah, the way you ask AI, the way you ask AI a question is the way they give you the answer based on the way you ask it. So if I ask it a simple question, almost have it prove what I wanted to say, then it's going to look for anything that says what I asked it.
Right. And that's what Rick was saying earlier in the conversation today. I'm not sure if you got to hear it, but he really broke it down.
I missed it. Yeah.
Yeah. He broke that whole thing down, is that like AI is not self-thinking, it's not self.
Right.
Oh, so she's actually like not even sound in her mind.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. She's a scammer.
Well, I mean, yeah, in a sense, I don't know if she's a scammer because I'm not sure if she's making money.
She might have wrote a book, but whether or not it was what they're saying it was, maybe that might not be true.
Right. And so she may have a book, we didn't see it. I haven't seen the book. The book where she could show that she wrote it in the 70s and that it has what she's saying. Now, the word matrix been existing for a very long time. So just because she used the word matrix in it.
Well, this is the actual book right here. From 1981.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia Stewart, ever Stewart. Okay. Interesting. So that is her book right here. Let's see. What do people say about this? What are the reviews? Are they saying that it sounds like it? I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been easy to prove. It was easy for me when I had to sue someone for stealing.
The book about the. Man, I don't even know. I'm not even gonna get into it. Bottom line is that okay, we're gonna get off that subject. I don't even know where to begin with that. That's a lot of speculation. So,
right, but it's easy to sue somebody and prove that you wrote something when you say you wrote it. Like I sued someone who got famous off of my stuff. I sued them, and I just had to prove that here it is before they put it even on HBO or whatever, right? Here's my erotica, and literally she took what I was putting on the internet and went to somebody and said, "Here's my stories. Here are my stories." So it was easy for me to prove that. I still have stories around my house that I was writing when I was a girl. Right? I was able to prove the poems and everything that was written. And so this woman should have been definitely able to say, "See, here it is. Here's my manuscript that I gave to them." Because you don't submit a manuscript without having a copy of it. Nobody would do that.
right. So,
and back then we didn't have computers. They wasn't doing it on computers or on typewriters, but you was able to go make copies, carbon copies. That's what they used to call them.
right. So let's hear what Joe Rogan has to say about AI.
Like I said, when I've talked to Mark Andreessen and many other people, they think this is just fear mongering. We'll be fine. This is worst case scenario. We'll be fine.
It is worst case scenario, but that's standard in computer science, in cryptography, in complexity, in computability. You're not looking at best case. I'm ready for the best case. Give me utopia. I'm looking at problems which are likely to happen. And it's not just me saying it. We have Nobel Prize winners, Turing Award winners, all saying this is very dangerous, 20, 30% PDOOM. This is standard in industry. 30% is what surveys of machine learning experts are giving us right now.
So what is worst case scenario? Like, how could AI eventually lead to the destruction of the human race?
You know, I don't know why. Is that fear mongering? Is that fear mongering?
No, it's true, right? Because even Joe Rogan, you could go and look where he was against AI just like a year ago, 2 years ago. And now they've gotten paid to promote it. Him, what's that black girl name? Candace Owens. You can go and see where they was against it. They were like, oh, it's because it's taking over people's jobs. It's going. They know what the negatives is. It just taking people's jobs is enough for us to be really concerned. You don't agree?
I agree. You know, but maybe people need to find another way to do their job. Let's go.
So you can asking me how I would kill everyone.
Sure.
And it's a great question. I can give you standard answers. I would talk about computer viruses, breaking into maybe nuclear facilities, nuclear war. I can talk about synthetic biology, nanotech. But all of it is not interesting when you realize we're talking about superintelligence, a system which is thousands of times smarter than me. It would come up with something completely novel, more optimal, better way, more efficient way of doing it. And I cannot predict it because I'm not that smart.
Jesus.
And see, that's what was being said in this thing that I was showing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was talking about how this AI will create like an AGI and then ASI, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find something we have Elon Musk discussing.
Right. Elon is a fool. But anyway, what he just said is correct, right? Because even right now, you remember, I'm not sure if you remember a few years ago where the whole eastern part of this country couldn't get gasoline, right? Oil or gasoline because somebody hacked into it. What happens when somebody hacks? We see people robbing and scamming, right? You go and swipe your credit card and they can take all your money, right? So these are computers. So now imagine that somebody where the computer controls everything and somebody can go and hack in it.
Right.
They're doing that already. They see these companies are getting hijacked and then they pay these people millions of dollars to give them back control to their computers. Of course, they're not going to warn us, right? But it happens all the time.
Well, let's go into in the next 12 months what we should be doing.
The top earners won't be programmers, marketers, or salespeople. They'll be the AI power users. So I'm going to go through the 9 AI skills with the highest income potential that you can master today, even if you're starting from zero. And the last one being the absolute highest. This isn't just a ChatGPT tutorial. It's the blueprint to AI domination. Starting with skill number 1, prompt engineering, with an income potential between 50 and 100 an hour. Communicating with AI systems has become as valuable as coding software in the internet was in the early 2000s. People need folks that know how to do prompt engineering, crafting the message, how to talk to the AI. See, if you don't know how to do that, garbage in is garbage out, and you won't get results. Asking the AI to say, create me a marketing plan is not a great prompt. And yet that is how most people use it every day. So I want to give you something that I never share, which is my exact structure of how all my companies have to do great prompting. Because if they don't learn how to talk to the AI won't give them the gold. And I don't have time to waste. This has to be perfect. The first thing is you've got to define the role. When you're talking to an AI, you have to say, act as a marketer, act as a designer. Or even today, I was reviewing some legal docs and the prompt my assistant put in that she shared with me said, act as a lawyer. Because if you don't tell it how to process the information, then it can't give you the specifics through the lens that you need to get the best output. The second is provide the data. If you want your AI chat to give you the best output, give it examples. The more information, the more examples of what works great, the better. When I'm trying to get my AI to help me with copy or financial analysis, I have to give it examples of what great data looks like. Number 3, make the ask. Give very clear instructions for what you want and what you need. See, most people are very vague. Tell it you want certain types of analysis. You want it to do research. The more specific you are in your prompt, the better the response is going to be. Number 4 is request the format. There's no way that I'm going to ask for a response without telling it how I want it crafted. If I want it bulleted, I want it short, I want it pithy, I want it summarized, I want it as a PDF, I want it as an image, maybe I want it as a spreadsheet. Whatever the format you need it, you have to tell it. If you don't, it's just going to give you back text. It's not going to give you the insight you're going to need from the AI. To make this easy, if you want my exact prompt PDF, like my actual blueprint and structure, just find me on Instagram, Dan Martell, 2 L's of Martell, and message me the word prompt, and I'll send you my entire prompt cheat sheet. Which brings us to skill number 2, AI-assisted software development with income potential between 100 and 200 an hour. Most people don't realize this, but building custom software today can be built by non-technical people. I have a venture company called Martell Ventures where we incubate and launch AI-first small business software. And it's crazy that all the prototypes we built are built by normal people that are not programmers, because there's existing AI coding tools that allow us to like talk to the software using tools like Cursor, Replit, Retool. They're all available, most of them for free, and it writes all the heavy lifting code for us. So we just got to come up with the crazy ideas we got, but getting it going, any person can literally build these apps. I'm going to teach you how to code software using AI, even as a non-technical person. Number 1, create a course. I'm not joking. You want to use AI to teach you how to use the AI tools. I know it sounds silly, but go into ChatGPT and say, I want you to tell me how to build this app using Replit as an example, and have it be very detailed, step by step, and hit enter. Act as a programmer, act as an expert, follow my prompt structure, and it will tell you exactly how to sign up for the software, configure it, what prompts to put in there to have it generate the code, and then even tell you how to run it. Number 2, find a problem. My favorite thing to do is to talk to consultants who are working with small business customers or CEOs or entrepreneurs or whoever you want to sell products to, and ask them, what are people asking you to solve over and over again? And then find those people to co-create software with you. They've got the problem. You've got the know-how. You take those things, you put it together, you have a business, and you get paid to build these prototypes. And if you build it once, you can sell it over and over and over again to the next person. Number 3.
So what do you think about this information?
Yeah, I think he this is an advertisement for him. He's not incorrect, but it's an advertisement for him, right? Because
for his business, yeah.
Yeah. So he's not really, remember, he's not telling us what jobs you should be really doing. He's just telling you, hey, you need to know how to do this, that, and that, and send me the messages, and I'm gonna show you how to do it.
Right. Of course. Okay.
So he's not really.
So I'm going to continue to do this whole conversation. At 7:30, we're going to be doing the weekly legal review. Man, I'm so glad that you came up here with me, Cherry Bomb. I hope that you come up some more. I hope that you, so we're going to be discussing Trump and the new stuff that's going on. And at 7 Central, so that's like about what? Less than 3 hours from about 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes from now, we're gonna be doing a weekly legal review. And please come and check us out. We listen, we do a lot of really deep dive. I'm gonna play a little bit of that so that you guys can see what we do with this review. We do it every week.
And I have to unsubscribe so I can subscribe back because I've never gotten a notification from you. But what happened today, I was,
YouTube has not been given my notifications.
I've never received one from you. But what happened today, I was on my laptop and I hit subscriptions and then I hit live and then your name was right there. I was like, oh shit. Okay, let me go check out.
I'll play a little bit of like the weekly so you can get an idea. And we're gonna be doing another one coming up at 7. So just to show y'all a little bit of last week, and please, please come, and we love to get people to come up there and talk. But let's look at about what we said a little bit about last week's week.
They don't work for him, and he wants people to be beholden to him, and so that is going to be a problem. When I say it's going to be a problem, because what if they found out something that's not beneficial to him, or that puts him in a bad light and they have to share it, then that's where he's going to have a problem. So we got to be extremely careful of separating Trump, the president, from Trump, the person, when it comes to dealing with Ms. Maxwell.
Now after Todd Blanche went and met with Maxwell, they changed her location to a better equipped prison, softer. What do you think about that?
Hey, man, she is using whatever information she has to be able to get what she needs. When you think about it, this is somebody, Ms. Maxwell, that had the ability to have access to $1 billion. Even when she was hiding out, she literally was hiding out in a castle down near a mansion out there close to nowhere where nobody knew who she was. And she didn't even have a cell phone. And when she did have a cell phone, they said that it was wrapped in foil to try to make sure that nobody triangulated her location. So she is not used to being in the digs at a federal penitentiary. So to be moved to a minimum security unit is great for her because there's a lot of freedom to move around. It's not as enclosed, and there's a little bit more freedom to do things you would like to do.
What is this fool talking about? What?
Something that happened. I'm not in office because no, sir, that ain't happening here.
So let's say I was a Democrat in Texas and I fled to New York. What's next for me? My family is there in Texas and I have to come back home. What does that scenario look like in real time?
Do you have to come back home? Because, you know, with the way they look at it, is coming home is actually being in a situation where you're going to be disenfranchising your family, your voters, and the people who elected you. I mean, people have to understand when you draw these new maps and you do them the way you did them, you basically disenfranchise a group of people. Like the person that got elected in this particular district, you're taking that district away from them.
You're taking the redistricting. I mean, there's so many things that we talk about. So I just wanted to show a little bit about the things that are getting talked about during our weekly legal review. And
yeah. But he sound pro-Trump. It sounds like he giving excuses for what they're doing.
He is not, well, he is a Republican, but he's not pro-Trump.
A representative away from them and say, no, y'all go over here. They already got an 80% vote lead on y'all. So when you start to do that to people, you can't do that to people. That's something that should not happen because you start drawing maps that are not representative of a population that exists in a particular area of a state. And when you start doing stuff like that, man, that cannot happen.
Right, but they're the ones doing that. Republicans are doing that, but he's speaking like the Democrats did that.
I've been practicing.
No, he is not for that.
No, I'm listening to what he's saying. He right now, that guy asked him, what about the ones who they left the state, they coming back? Those are Democrats who did that to prevent them from rewriting doing what they're trying to do in Texas. And so he's blaming the Democrats.
They did come back. Let's go.
Something that should happen.
Wait, what?
And I think that the Democratic Party.
The Democrats did come back. They did come back like this week.
Yeah, that's where they live. They should go back. But what he's saying is that they left and they got to come back and they're going to be in trouble for what they did. But they're the ones, the Republicans are the ones who are trying to redistrict in the middle of.
I went a little bit back so you can hear.
Straight family, one man, one woman, kids. They're strictly, we make decisions on what happens to our children. They're strictly about doing the normal thing as opposed to the anything goes that it seems like now that the Democratic Party is taking hold. Even when it comes to abortion, I mean, you still got some Catholics, right, that are Hispanic that don't like the idea of abortions, but you got a lot of people in our party that want to protect the rights of those particular individuals, and I definitely understand that. But when you are letting people over from another country and they have a different set of values, even though you let them in, doesn't mean they're going to stay with you. And I think that was part of the problem for the Democratic Party.
Donald Trump came up with a new format.
You hear him talking about the Democratic Party.
They are responsible for a certain amount of immigrants, perhaps. What are your thoughts about that? Some people say it's modern day slavery.
Yeah, that's a problem because if they can't get the workers, they're not going to be able to get the workers. I mean, let's be honest, black folk ain't going back to farm. They're not going to do it. So somebody has to do that farm work. And I think that sometimes when you do stuff as a country, sometimes it has unprepared for consequences. Like when you get rid of those immigrants, and who is going to get out and do that farming? Who's going to get out and harvest? Who's going to get out and do this and do that? So some things are create unforeseen consequences. And I think that Trump's immigration policy, in a sense, in some situations, has created that, specifically for farmers.
Here's a question that's a little bit outside of the box. In court, being that you are a criminal defense attorney, they have you swear on the Bible or whichever you prescribe to.
Mm-hmm.
So they put God on the table. Why won't they accept the argument that the devil made me do it if you're accepting God?
Well, you know what? That's funny as you talk about that. And even with that nowadays, because of the way people are objecting to God, even in the courts. And I think that that's another problem that the Democratic Party has that nobody is talking about. They're supporting a lot of policies like abortion, which some people biblically think that is wrong. They're supporting LGBTQ rights, and then there are some people that are in the Christian faith or that are followers of God that say, hey, that's not something that should happen. And I think that the Democratic Party definitely shuns any conversations when you start talking about that. Like I said before, I don't have anything against LGBTQ people. I want their rights to be protected. I want them to be able to do whatever they want to do. And when it comes to abortion, I would support my family getting an abortion or my wife getting an abortion. But at the same time, there are people that want to do that. And sometimes we want to legislate what they can and can't do. But biblically, the way I read it, that's something that should not happen. And that's something that on my end, that I wouldn't do. But I don't want to take the rights away of somebody else to do it, because at the end of the day, it's their choice. And I don't want to get in the middle of that. But once again, there's certain values religiously that the Democratic Party no longer aligns with. So there are a lot of people of faith that have decided that because of some of the policies that they support, that they're not going to move forward and continue to support the party.
You know, another big subject for the Republican Party through Donald Trump was that education would be kicked back to the states. But recently, as of this week, we see that that's getting a lot of kickback because a lot of Republicans in red states are saying, no, we need the funding from the federal government and our local municipalities. What do you think?
And see, that's the thing within itself. The red states are always last in education. I'm going to be honest with you. When I say they're last in education, they're last in performance, they're last in pay. A lot of these red states don't pay their teachers and their educators enough. And they need money from the federal government. These red states are poor. These red states that do not have major cities like Dallas, Houston, Chicago, San Antonio, San Diego, LA, New York, those places like that, they don't have big cities that help them compensate and pay all the money that they need to be able to do what they need to do. There are cuts that are happening. And I think that the people that voted for Mr. Trump need to understand one thing. He just gave a lot of these companies a huge tax cut. It ain't just going to be folks that voted against him in the election that are going to get hurt. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to get hurt because of his cuts, especially in some of these smaller states and some of these small Texas towns.
Okay, very good. So it looks like they're worried about the midterms. That's why you have this big problem happening in Texas when it comes to the redistricting and why the Democrats had to flee the state. Do you think there's any updates you can share with us?
Well, there is. And I'll tell you, I know that a lot of the Democrats went to Chicago area, Illinois, and other states that were very, very supportive of the Democrats. And I think what you have is you got a situation upon which where they're trying to take or just different disenfranchised voters that are in these cities. And I always try to tell people, it's great that, you know, Texas is going to stay red, but in the cities we're blue. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to neutralize those huge urban populations so that they can actually hurt the people in the cities. For example, when you have places like Houston and Dallas have the largest African-American populations when you combine them together that's in any state across the country. So you cannot disenfranchise those voters. When I say disenfranchise those voters, the new congressional maps literally took away the two African-American representatives in the fourth largest metropolitan area in the entire United States. To me, that's race. That's something that's going to be a problem. And that's something that we can't have, because even if you say it's not race, the way that you actually drew it up created a situation where a lot of people are going to be disenfranchised because they're not going to be able to vote for, or they'll be able to vote for the person that they want, but they're being thrown in a district, and a district is being drawn that is going to create a situation where that particular person that they voted for can't win. And so that's part of the problem. And the other thing is, without paying too much attention to the comments, a lot of the cities, yes, they do have higher crime rates, but at the same time, you got a lot more people, you got a lot of more population density. So you're going to have some of those things that happen. But with that being said, that it is what it is, and we have to figure out ways, especially in our cities, to govern ourselves. Number one, to reduce crime, because I'm not anti-police. I want people out there to be able to live their lives, run their businesses without the threat of being destroyed. But at the same time, we have to figure out ways when it comes to voting and joining congressional districts that you don't disenfranchise people. And that's what they were doing, because when you put out a map that takes away the two people African-American delegation that comes out of Texas, then that's what you just did.
What do you think should happen to the Democrats that fled?
Well, I think the Republicans, this is a game that a lot of people in a lot of states play. I mean, what's going to happen to them? I mean, I don't think you should be arresting people and trying to make them come back. I don't think you should be doing that. But at the same time, this is going to be political gamesmanship. And I think what's going to happen is if we're not careful, if you do this to a place like Texas, then California, New York, and some of the Democratic states, they're going to retaliate. I don't think that they should be doing this. I don't think we should be doing this. I don't think we should be disenfranchising people, because if you disenfranchise an African-American community, what's going to happen when the Democrats win? They're going to want to go out and they're going to want to disenfranchise the people that did it to them. And I don't think that we should start doing that, because it could really result in some ugly consequences that could continue on down the line. What could happen is they could go down and this could continue to happen one way or the other. And I think that is what it is. And I think that's what we got to be careful about. And then when you start talking about arresting people and all this stuff, man, you can't talk about doing that kind of stuff, because you do that kind of stuff, man, people are serving their country. They got elected in the public office. When you start talking about arresting people, man, that could be a problem, because like I said before, I'm glad I'm not in Congress, because nobody's putting a hand on me, taking me anywhere. That's just
what's your thought on that, Trayvon?
Well, yeah, no, I hear what he's saying. So I understand why you rewind it, so I could hear who. So he's skirting it. You know, he's a Republican who's being fair, at least saying that they shouldn't do this and do that. So yeah, okay. But I clearly heard
I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent, but I would probably be a Republican before I be in.
Of course you would, because you know. Because you can listen to what he said and didn't understand that he was not only a Republican, but he was pro-Trump. Because when he said that,
I will say this is that I'm not pro-Trump, but I've lived in Democratic places. I've lived in Detroit. Okay, I've lived in New Jersey, Ohio. Well, Ohio is Republican, but I've lived in blue states and I've lived in red states. I noticed is that I've lived in blue states and even during like Democratic rule. But what I noticed is that there's such a level of poverty. And
where?
A
level of poverty in what? You mean the red states?
No, the blue states.
Oh, no. You just heard what that man said, right? When he said that the red states are the poorest states. He said they the lowest in education. You heard him say that. That's a fact.
But I lived in Detroit.
Okay. You lived in Detroit. There's many. First of all, you talking about a city. You're not talking about a state. So we got to understand that, right?
Right. So I lived in Michigan, in Detroit. I think Michigan, blue state. It's not a Republican state. But I saw the inadequacies when it came to helping people. Like
you said, Michigan is a what? Michigan. I could have sworn it was blue.
It's a blue state. Yeah, it's blue. It's a Democratic state, right? And I've noted I didn't really see people getting helped until I moved into a red state.
Okay, so Michigan is not a blue or red state. Michigan is a battleground. It's a swing state. It's purple. It's lean Republican, right? Actually, it has lean Republican in presidential election until the Great Depression. It shifted to Democratic from the 90s, and in 2010, it's leaning Republican. Okay. But he won.
When I lived there, it was a blue state. And when it really came down to it, health-wise, there was not a lot. The way that things were going, you would see that they would say, oh, we're going to do this. We're help out people by doing this and set up all these programs. But it almost, to me, I think it crippled the people, because you had a lot of people going to the program. But when I went to Texas, I saw that they had programs, but I saw people getting off the program.
Okay, well, I'm a little confused because I'm older than you, so I know about Detroit, right? So Detroit used to be very prosperous with industrial companies, right? And then those car companies and things, they left, right? For whatever reason. And so now you have a lot of people in poverty. What do you expect the state to do except try to bring industries back? But if they can't give the tax breaks that those industries or that area just isn't good for industries. So I'm not understanding. But what we do know is that
You know,
can't-
it might have been that when I was there, the auto industry was moving to different places. They were like laying off people, and maybe that was it. I just saw a lot of poverty.
Okay.
And,
But they say
you know,
in 2020, Joe Biden, he brought it back to being blue, but it was red before that. So when was you there? Before Joe Biden?
2020 to 2010.
2010. We not what? We don't.
2020.
You said 2020 to 2010.
2000 to 2010.
Oh, okay. 2000 to 2010. So yes, Joe Biden became president when? In 2020. Right. So if you were there, then you wasn't there doing. So you was there when it was not a blue state. You were there when it was Republican led.
Hold on. Well, Detroit was not Republican led.
Well, Detroit is just a city.
Yes,
and if it's a city, then the city can only do what the state representative provide to each city. And since it's a black city, then you already know how that's going to work. They're going to get less of this, that, and the third.
In 2000, it was considered a blue state.
Yes, in 2020. Oh, let me see what they're saying.
Then let's
Okay.
go to 2001. Michigan has been a blue state.
This says, okay, so yeah, so I know what's going on because remember, when we talking about if you talk about the cities or if you're talking about so we talk about presidential, right? And we're talking about the president who was in charge. So you're not talking about the president. Apparently, you must be talking about the people who running it. Because you know you can have a president who's a Democrat or Republican, but the people who running the cities and or the state could definitely be either or too. So I see what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying also, right? So you're right. Detroit itself most possibly gonna be black, right? It's gonna be Democrats because it's mostly black. Because the white people fled, they're gone. They're on the outskirts.
Right.
Right. So there it goes. So if the people at the at the capital of that particular state is not giving funding to this major city, or this funding that they are getting isn't going to be enough for the large group of people who are there, then yes, it's going to look like it looks, because you see that in all these major cities where black people mostly are, and it's a lot of times black led, right? The governor will be black, possibly. Right. Yeah.
But even it was white. He was white. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I see what you're saying, but the facts though is the opposite of what you're saying. Like you have to go into politics and understand that the people who give the most, right? The people who gonna make sure that you able to come up, that's gonna be the Democrats. And the Republicans are the ones who gonna give the tax breaks to the companies and gonna take away everything from you. Now, Republicans is a little tricky too, because they will give more food stamps and shit, but they're giving it to the white people, right? White people can qualify more. And then after they bring up our all this deficit in our whole country, then when the Democrat wins, they point at the Democrats and say, see, look, we are $1 trillion in debt. And it's because of all the tax breaks they given and all the extra money they've given when they're in.
But no, they give a lot of tax breaks to the rich people when the Republicans are in office.
Yes, and that is the problem, right? Because my husband should be paying more taxes than Donald Trump, but he is or has. You shouldn't be paying more taxes than Donald Trump. That's ridiculous. They shouldn't be
paying no taxes, child.
Huh?
I don't think he's paying any of the taxes. I think that they find ways, honey. They find ways.
Yes, and they shouldn't be able to find ways. And the reason they're able to find ways is because of what Republicans put. Now, listen, Democrats not always innocent in a lot of that shit because they benefit benefited a lot, but they have been changing. This has been changing when they saw that how, the internet come about, people are really paying attention, the Democrats are the ones trying to put gun laws into place so people can't just grab them and go shoot up people. And then they mad at the Democrats because the Democrats don't want to talk about religion.
I think Democrat now is a new way of saying nigga,
Huh?
You must be a Democrat. The way that they are framing this whole thing.
Yes.
It sounds like they're saying like nigga another way. But
there's more white people who are Democrats than black people.
But the way that they talk about this stuff and right now, they pretty much like either nigga lovers or niggas. Let's go.
No, sir, that ain't happening here.
So let's say I was a Democrat in Texas and I fled to New York. What's next for me? My family is there in Texas and I have to come back home. What does that scenario look like in real time?
Do you have to come back home? Because, with the way they look at it, is coming home is actually being in a situation where you're going to be disenfranchising your family, your voters, and the people who elected you. I mean, people have to understand when you draw these new maps and you do them the way you did them, you basically disenfranchise a group of people. Like the person that got elected in this particular district, you're taking that district away from them. You're taking their representative away from them and say, no,
so I want to show.
I agree with him. Sometimes I don't, but it's not a good look when you keep asking for money and you ask for money for 10 years and stuff doesn't get built. We don't have that time to kind of waste. I mean, you just.
Hold on, let me see. This is the one where I kind of went in and showed the map because. So you have Queen. Let's go.
You just lost a generation of boys right then and there.
On to one area. Now she understand, okay, they moved me from here, but it might have been divinely led for me to go from here, not there. I'm going over here, but guess what? Now that I'm here, I see where it's some benefits there because I already got this community and there's more than just black people that don't like Trump. There's a lot of white and minorities that don't like Trump. So now she could be going in another community, building up that district, building up that community. Now she have two of them, and to get to a governor, you need to have everybody combined. So her being redistricted to me is.
So she's saying, all right. So she's saying that Jasmine Crockett is not that she should not feel bad about being redistricted. Let's go.
Now in Texas, they make you identify yourself, and you kind of have to. And I would recommend that you do identify yourself when you're being stopped.
One last question. So I'm not sure if you've been aware of the Umar Johnson situation with the FDMG Academy.
Yes.
So now it's coming out that he.
Looking at me like, okay.
Yeah, listen, Queen is good because we always tell people perspective is important. When I say perspective, the way I see things, Mel sees things, Genesis, or even the world sees things may be different from you. And it's always good to bring somebody in who sees something different, or feels something different, who's had a different life experience. So hey, we welcome you on. We happy to see you. So don't worry about that, okay?
I ain't worried about it. I looked at Calvin. I said, oh, there you go.
Here she go. Here you go. Okay.
Yeah, that woman though is ridiculous, right? Because she want Jasmine. She want Jasmine Crockett.
With those caps on.
She want Jasmine Crockett to bring these people together who probably already still need a lot of help. And then she wanted to go in this area over here with these white people, right? And some black.
Watch it. She about to explain it. Let's go.
Throw them caps on. He gonna be like this with that suit. And that tie ain't gonna be bent, but one way and that's straight. And Mel say, just answer the question, please. I got you, Mel. So listen, how you doing, DJ? Mel. Calvin. I know I don't think this is what we're talking about, but I'm glad to see that Senator is accepting that redirection now over there in Texas. I think we kind of talked about that. Like, why are you smiling? Why you want to?
No, listen. Let me tell you this, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. Listen, I always tell people the reason why this is happening is because I think, and we've had this conversation several times. I think that party took positions without talking to its constituents, and they took a position without making sure that the majority of the people that vote for them was in support of some of those things.
Right.
And when you do that and the voting public makes a different decision, now a particular group has a level of power. Now they want to get rid of you.
Right.
So elections have consequences. That means you get to pick, like if you win the fight, then you get to pick what we eat tonight. Or we get to pick if we put you on the table. So it is what it is. That's just life. And so in the future, people that are upset and have had to run out the state in the future, make sure you understand one thing. Pick a platform, pick positions, listen to your voters so you don't have to run out of the state. That's just being honest.
No,
But I was
that
talking
don't
about
make
how do you
sense
say
what
she
he's
feel now
saying.
that they're getting away with redirecting her, but
Ma'am?
Go ahead, say what you're saying. Go ahead.
It don't make sense what he's saying. Like what he's saying, I could tell he's a Republican, like you said, but he's speaking on Democrats, of course. So of course he gonna, say that they did something wrong. But that what they did is it's something that's been able to be done since Jefferson, right? Since presidents that we've had where they decided to leave instead of taking a vote for what's going on. So something that these people are doing wrong, which is criminal, by the way, against the law, against the laws. Why would I stay in order to participate in something that they're doing that's wrong? And if you don't know that what they're doing is wrong, they redistrict every 10 years, but they want to do it at 5 years in. What make them so special where they can decide that for forever they've been doing it 10 years, but now they want to do it 5 years, and I'm supposed to be like, okay, let's do it the way y'all want to do it.
Well, let's listen to what she had to say about this. I agree with you. I don't think it's right.
She's appreciating this move now because she see wherever she's going at, it's going to lead her to different places. And anytime they pull little stunts like this, just go with the flow because you could be the next Black governor in that state. If she just keep going and not hold on to one area, now she understand, okay, they moved me from here, but it might have been divinely led for me to go from here, not there. I'm going over here, but guess what? Now that I'm here, I see where it's some benefits there because I already got this community and there's more than just Black people that don't like Trump. There's a lot of white and minorities that don't like Trump. So now she could be going in another community, building up that district, building up that community. Now she have 2 of them, and to get to a governor, you need to have everybody combined. So her being redistricted, to me, it's a blessing to the state.
But this is
her up.
But this is my problem with that. And I always tell people the way it's being done, it seemed like because you dissented with me and Mark Vesey dissented with me and Al Green dissented with me. And let's be honest, those are probably 3 of the most vocal people that are up against the agenda that's being pushed right now. And not only do you push back on me, which you have the right to do, but when you start redrawing districts and you literally try to push me all the way out of Congress, the reason, Queen, I don't want that to start happening is because when the Democrats get in power, then they start doing it. And then next thing you know, we're spending our time doing all of this redistricting. And it's wasting time when we can be dealing with our immigration issues, our financial issues, our medical issues, education issues, all of those types of things. When you start to use your power like that as one party, the next party is going to do it. And I don't know if that's going to be beneficial because I think that we're going to start spending a lot of time.
But she's happy with it. But right now she's happy with it, Kelly. And I wanted to say, so the last few times that there's been a redistricting in states, I mean, you can admit that it's been from the Democrats, right?
I can admit that.
Okay, so now that it's being done from the Republicans, I wonder why it's like a tantrum now. It's happened on the Democrat side. So now the time when it's happened with the Republican side, like why is it such a tantrum when it was taken on the other side more than one time?
This is not true.
Well, why was it fair when they did it, but it's not fair now?
Yeah, she don't know nothing about politics. That's why she said the Democrats did it. That's not how redistricting works. But whoever's in power at that 10 years, they draw the line. And one of them is drawing it fairly. Like if your community in this area and that community, then y'all gonna be in one area. These people drawing lines through communities so they could separate this one black community. They're gonna separate it if they can, break it up in 2, 3, and 4 and put it with others. And so this shit not fair. So that means the Black people don't have a right to pick who they want to be in control of their area. But that's the thing, right? Black people have decided because, like you said, you think Democrats mean Black and this and that. There's more white people in the Democrat Party than Black, first of all. And secondly, yes, they want to try to embarrass Black people. Stupid. The ones who think that way, well, I'm gonna be independent. Well, first of all, you be independent. I don't even know what that means. I don't think you know what that means. Because that just means you're throwing away your vote. Most of the time there is no independent.
I'm independent. And I voted for who I voted for. Independent.
Okay. Yeah. And then that person, if there was even an independent person running for president, then you just threw away a vote. And that means the winner, whoever won, is based on the people who voted for people not there. Independent don't mean that, like first of all, we don't really have a lot of people running independent. And so now we got people saying they're independent when they're not.
Honey, I voted for Dr. Cornel West. That's what.
Yeah, which is a waste of a vote because he wouldn't have been able to win if everybody had voted for him. He wouldn't have been able to be president of nothing.
Listen, I made my vote because I don't want no one to force me to make a vote based on whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, but people can't force you to vote. Like you literally walk to the voting booth yourself and you vote.
No, I'm saying I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, well, she has to vote Democrat or Republican. This is my vote, and my vote is for this person.
Yeah, but nobody feels that way. That's what they trick people into believing that because they was like, oh, she's black, so everybody black gonna vote for her. So they tried to embarrass black people by saying things like that, and then they started, oh, well, you don't have to vote their way, like so.
I'm part of like his whole campaign. It wasn't just like
I never hear that man have no campaign. Now you talking about he had a campaign?
Yes, he did have a campaign. He most
when
did. He was all throughout Texas. I actually brought him to Texas. He did have a campaign. Yes.
Okay, well, even if he was just in Texas and maybe 5 other states, he couldn't win.
Country.
No, this man wasn't on no ballot here.
Well, that was because of ballot access. His whole campaign was discussing the fact that independent candidates, if they are not, and that was the whole point, is that he was trying to show that there is a lack of ballot access because if you don't have a certain amount of money and this, that, the other, and go through all these rules, then you don't have ballot access. There's people that probably would have still voted him in, but because of ballot access, you had to write him in. So I was for that. Like, dude,
okay,
we should not be beholden to 2 candidates. If we want this candidate to be a part of it, you should have a ballot and be able to reasonably choose who you want. And that was the point that I was on. I was
right, but that's a state issue. What you're talking about? What you're talking about is a state issue, which means
right.
If what he was trying to do, he should have been running for representative or something like that, not for president, right, because there's no way he could win. There's literally no way. Even if everybody wrote him in, he still wouldn't have won because the rules don't make it that way. So he couldn't win. And we can't claim that he didn't have access because he's black, because Obama ended up being the president.
No, it was not being black. The whole thing was about the fact that like ballot access on so many levels really meant that like at the end of the day, you don't have ballot access. That means that if you don't have this, that, the other, then you can run for president. And if you don't have this amount of 100,000 people, if you don't have this amount of like funds coming into your thing, there's all these like different rules. And so that was his stance. He was like really
right, and that's fair, right? Why, like, if a man can't even come up with enough money from the people who you say would have voted for him, then he's not even in the running. He can't do no commercial. He literally has no way of winning. So, but if you say that people would have voted for him because he's on the ballot, that can't be true because he would have gave enough money to make sure he's on the ballot.
He did raise enough money. It was that he did not have enough signatures at the time, because here's the thing, it's a combination of having enough signatures to get you onto the ballot, right, and money. So he had the money, but the signatures.
No, there's no possible way he could have had all the money, but not the signatures. The people who give him the money would have gave him the signature. They would have. Most people would give a signature before money, so they gave him the money.
No. I could have one person to give me $100,000.
No. That's not how it works, and that is not how it works. People can only give you up to a certain amount of money, or it's illegal. So no, that is not how it works.
Reverend Green, what's up? Welcome to the panel.
Hello, DJ Genesis. Doing well.
Hello, Reverend Green. How you doing?
Hello, Bomb Cherry.
All right. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Democratic Party knows whose vote is more valuable. And I heard that some people have more. I heard this. I heard that the majority of Democratic voters aren't black for the Democratic Party. That's not the truth in the sense of value. When it comes down to the Democratic Party and why they pander towards black votes in this country historically, it's because the 3 to 5 slaves equal 1 vote. It's never kind of changed unless when it comes down to the value has increased since we're free. The first people who were white women were not allowed to vote while black folks were allowed to vote. Remember that.
What the hell
So over time and freedom, that 3 to 5, regardless if we know it or not, is no longer 3/5 of a human being equal 1 vote. You know what I mean? So they would have to take.
I don't know what you mean. This is ridiculous.
So 7 slaves would equal 2 votes.
Listen, but that was over 200 years ago. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
So
when they
one vote equals 1 vote, there's no such thing as they know who's more valuable.
When they pander toward us, they know our vote means more.
No, that's not true.
why they pander towards us.
No, they do not pander towards us. They do not.
Okay, they don't pander towards us.
To us, we would get more things.
Are they ever saying Chinese people go out and vote? Are they saying Asian folks go out and vote?
Yes, they not saying black people go out to vote nowhere. Nobody's doing that but us. We're the ones who saying, we're Democrats and blacks. There's more white people who are Democrats because there's more of them in this country. There's Asians who are Democrats. There's, you know what I mean? So
but their votes aren't as valuable.
No, there's no look. A vote is a vote, and they don't care. There's no such thing as your vote is more valuable. There's no such thing. Your vote is no more or less than my vote. And a white person vote or Asian person vote.
According to the Democrats,
that is not true.
That is not clear at all.
Well, it is not clear to those who don't have a thinking cap and can't understand. To those who will go back to all the way to when white women couldn't vote, but black men, because that's who you must have meant.
No, black women could vote. Black women, black men,
able to vote, and
black men and black women could vote.
No, that's not true. That is not true. That has never
way
been
before, way before
that has
the
never
white
been
woman could
true.
vote.
No, that is not true.
Okay, when did white women get their power to vote? Who's Susan B. Anthony? What was she fighting for?
You need for women's right to vote.
Right. And while we were able to vote by this time,
not we.
Yes, we were able to vote on our own.
You was able to vote. Men were able to vote. Women were not.
No.
Listen, y'all don't
See, that's the thing. That's a trick bag right there. DJ Genesis, when you ever get the time to look into that,
you must be in one of these Republican down south states. This is ridiculous. Black men was able to vote because men were able to vote. Women across the board could not vote. So never in history was black women able to vote and white women couldn't. That has never been an instance.
Why do you think George Washington and all the founding fathers had so many slaves on their plantation?
What they got to do?
Seven slaves would equal 2 votes.
What? Listen, I
You were
understand.
3/5 of a human being at this time. 7 slaves would equal 2 votes.
What you're talking about?
7 slaves would equal 2 votes.
Yes, but it wasn't us doing the voting. White people got the chance.
Oh my Lord! Because we were stock. We were bonds. We were bonds. We were property of theirs.
Yes,
we were bonds.
And so, but black men
we
wasn't
were
voting
bonds.
Back then.
Bonds.
None of us was voting back then.
Bonds have intrinsic value.
Oh man, when black people start, when y'all start showing,
it doesn't. You're not taking to an economic sense.
This is embarrassing.
Why are you so worn out and upset and
I'm
overreacting?
not upset, baby. I am hurt
Okay,
right now
baby.
that a young
Okay.
black
Okay,
man
baby.
is
Okay,
talking
baby.
and he
I'm a
doesn't
grown man,
know
so I'm not gonna
his
call you another baby again.
Yeah, but I'm quite sure I'm not. When I call you baby, I'm from New Orleans. But also it's kind of like a little respect. I wasn't calling you a baby like a baby.
All right,
I'm
sugar.
mostly calling you
All right,
stupid.
sugar.
That was more
All right, sugar.
that you stupid.
You're right,
You're dumb
sugar.
and you're ignorant.
You're right, sugar.
Okay. Now me calling you baby, I'm sorry, baby. Okay. I'm that's my culture, and you gonna have none. I don't know what to tell you. Now,
Right,
see what
sugar.
that says? Black men were granted the right to vote. That's right, but not black women. Now, remember, he said
Where does it say not black
women
women?
and black men was able to
Where
vote.
does it
So
say
wait a
not
minute,
black
that's what he
women?
said. You did say that.
Where does it say not black women? Where does it say not black women?
What you mean? Where doesn't it say not black women? It only says black men.
Wait a minute, guys.
See, that's what I mean. You just put words in.
This ignorance is getting worse. Go ahead,
It
Genesis.
said that black men were allowed to vote in 1870, right? And then let's go into when were white allowed to vote.
Intrinsic value of bonds. We were property.
1920. So black men were allowed to vote in 1870, and white women were allowed to vote.
Is that what he said, or are we both
And
being
then black
ignorant right
women
now?
were allowed to vote around the same time white women were.
Exactly.
It was
Could you type it up, bro? Could you type that up? When we're black women,
It
you know,
said black men.
you know, because
It said black
there's a
people.
big difference.
It would have said black people. In 1920, with the 19th Amendment, when they gave women the right to vote.
Okay, there is some substantial to what he said. He said that black people. What did he say? Black people.
He said that
So-
black people, yes. And then he
Okay, so I just need 30 seconds to say this. During slavery, all right, 3/5 of a human being. So in order to vote, to make one vote, you had to at least have 4 slaves in order to make one vote, male or female. All right. We were property, we were bonds, we were taxable. Fast forward into the 1870s, that one vote, it's like, okay, so if you look at stocks and bonds, now imagine a split, a forward split of that bond, you know? It's no longer 4 shares make one vote. It's just 1 share is actually 1 now, because that's how it is. We have now, our value for voting has increased. It doesn't have to be explained. It's right then and there, read between the lines. Our value, that's why they pander to us. The Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, was the ones who freed or emancipated us.
Okay, so let me say something, because this is ridiculous, y'all.
Yeah.
Nobody was given an extra vote because of black people. When they are talking about.
So how many slaves did you need to make a
They
vote?
are talking
How many
about
slaves did you
as-
need to make one
They are
vote?
talking about districting.
How many
for the
slaves did you need to make
population.
one vote? DJ
Yes,
Genesis?
but it wasn't a vote. It wasn't a vote.
Oh, it
It's
wasn't a vote. How many
representation.
slaves did it take to make a vote?
Listen, then
Could you
didn't
type
get a
that up?
vote. There was no vote given, y'all. He has.
Okay.
This is so.
Okay, that's why they had a lot of slaves.
No, they had a lot of slaves, but what? That's ridiculous. They already
See,
had slaves.
this might scare you.
Oh
then.
my God. Who is they had a lot of slaves? There was some people with just one slave, and there was some people who was
4 slaves made 1 vote.
no. Listen, that is not true, y'all. There was no voting
Type
based
it
on
up.
no. That listen, I ain't gotta type it up. I went to history. You know, I took
4
history.
slaves
I
equal
took
1
history.
vote.
And I didn't even take did I take any history in college? No, I haven't even taken any history in college. Not American history anyway, right? It was world history.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you though, from what I learned, is over damn near 40 years ago. And what I'm trying to tell you is that they didn't get no vote for no black person. When they say the 3/5 compromise was about representation. That means they were
Representation.
saying, yes, although let's say this little town has 5,000 people, most of them happen to be enslaved people, and they want those enslaved people to be counted for representation. It had nothing to do with votes. And that means districting, right? So in some areas that had more people, they would win over this town over here with less people possibly. But they say that's not fair because we got more people essentially. And they said, okay, well, we're gonna give you three people will equal 1 person. But it wasn't no vote though. It didn't equate a vote. Jesus Christ. Black men. This is ridiculous.
If you believe you're right.
It's ridiculous, baby. Reverend Green, Lord have mercy. Go to school, baby. Black men,
I
y'all
don't
got
need to go to school. When you went to school, it's just what it is.
to do better, black man.
4 slaves made 1 vote.
No, but that's not even a fact. And you could go and look it up yourself.
Where your people from again? If you don't know this.
Listen, I am from Louisiana. I'm older than you. I'm closer to slavery than
It
you.
doesn't matter, like, where you from.
understand? Because
Where
I
your
have a
people from.
grandmother. I have a grandmother who was born into slavery.
Okay.
And I met her. I met her. She helped raise me. That kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about. Right? And so I'm quite sure I would know a little more about slavery than you. Right?
No.
I didn't learn this part that we talking about from my grandmother because my grandmother couldn't read nor write. Right?
Okay.
So, but that doesn't mean that they were stupid and didn't know what they
There's
were
a lot of immigrants who can't read or write. And
okay, cool. No, what I'm saying is I didn't learn what we're talking about from my grandmother. But what I am saying, I did learn it from American history, though. And I'm from the South, so most definitely Louisiana, baby. They were still slaves in the goddamn. Look, they found slaves in the 60s and the 70s. Did you know that?
Thank you, DJ Genesis. And this wasn't to I wasn't trying to cause disruption at all to y'all ladies' discussion.
When you said thank you, where it says anything about a vote?
Just thanking her for looking into
it. When did black men get the right to vote? Right. So this is 1868. So what happened up to 1865, when slavery was abolished, 3 years later, they allowed black men to vote.
Black men had the right to vote from when slavery ended.
So that's black 1860s, right? And so what he's saying is that there's also like a. So hold on, let me see.
I'm saying there was a time. I am saying there was a time where slave owners took their slaves and used them as votes. It took 4 slaves. It took 4 slaves to make 1 vote.
No, listen, 3/5 is not 4 slaves. 3/5 would be
okay. So again, so do mathematics.
Granted African American men the right to vote. So 5 years after slavery ended, in 1870, the 15th Amendment allowed black men the
Men
right
to vote. That's right.
Okay. So how much is one slave worth vote? How much slaves does make one vote before 1870? How many
None.
slaves made one vote?
None.
That's what I've said. It took 4 to make
None.
one vote.
No slaves, no matter if it was 100 of them, made no extra vote. You
It
are
took
not. You're
4
talking. You're
slaves
mixing
to
up
make
voting
one
with
vote.
representation. You're mixing
That's
up.
what I've been saying.
No, you're
And
mixing up.
you were right there on DJ Genesis. You
That
could
is not.
all you have to do is say, "Hey, how many slaves made one vote?"
Can you come up here and
It's not hard to find.
Look what it says. Exactly what I said. The user is asking about 3/5 compromise, a pivotal agreement made during the 1787 Constitutional Convention that addressed how enslaved people would be counted for the purposes of determining the state's population for legislative representation and taxation. And they don't mention nothing about no vote.
Again, so 3/5, right? So 3/5 of a human being. How many slaves would you need to make one vote?
None, because you didn't get a vote.
Could you go down
But
a
you
little
would
bit
get,
more?
they would add additional person to the population. So let's say it's 60 of us in here. It would take 3 enslaved people to make where 61 people in here. But it didn't give you a vote. They
See,
were
you
just
just saying exactly what I just said, man.
no,
Without
we're not, because that has nothing to do with voting. That's the number of people
it took
in the
3.
area. I'm not saying nothing like what you're saying.
It took at least 4 slaves to make one vote.
All right, let's go into okay,
Thank you.
how the compromise worked. No voting rights for slaves. It's crucial to understand that while this compromise
Counting slaves. Counting enslaved people.
slave states, it did not grant voting rights or any other civil liberties to enslaved people themselves. 5 enslaved people were counted as 3 individuals for the purpose of legislative representation and taxation under the 3/5 compromise. All right, let's see. All right, so did the 3/5 compromise affect voting? Yes. So the 3/5 compromise significantly impacted voting and political power in the early United States. It allowed Southern states to count 3/5 of their enslaved population for representation in the House of Representatives and the Electoral College, even though these individuals were not allowed to vote. So even though they were not allowed to vote, like I don't know how they would do this, but they
Could I just
It wouldn't give
pause
nobody
this
no
for
vote.
a
The
second?
population. Remember
Could I
the
pause
electoral.
this for a second?
Wow.
Because it's like this, all right? Do you know, okay, about 4 years ago, Amazon, the company, was on the stock exchange still, but it was about $3,000 worth. They went through a reverse split, all right? So a reverse split. All right. So they gave you instead of 3,000, it cost $3,000 at one time to buy 1 share of Amazon. Now they went through a reverse split. So they went a reverse split for 1 share, you get 10. That's exactly what happened with Black folks after slavery. A lot of people don't realize why they pander towards our vote, even though they pander towards our vote.
They definitely do not.
The Democratic
give me one
Party
thing they
panders
gave us
to our
to
votes
pander towards our
because
vote.
we have
Yes.
Give us one thing. One thing that they gave us that panders to us. Like, did they give us?
pander. Say, come on. Come on,
No,
come over
that's
here.
not
Black,
called
they call us
pandering,
by
baby.
our names.
No, that is what is that called
Yes, they
pandering when they
call us
call
out
you
by
by your
our
name?
names.
Oh, okay. That don't make no sense because they called other people by their names too. So that means they're not pandering to us. Pandering means they give you something, they treat you special, they gonna make sure you good.
Here's
So
another social program. Here's another social program for
social
minorities
program.
and people of color.
People of color, the only people who did that was us. We are the ones, like, you know. And first of all, most black people are Democrats, but there's a reason for that, right?
Nah.
Yes, look what it says pander means. Gratify, to indulge, right?
That doesn't mean give us anything.
Yes, that's what it means.
It's distasteful.
What? Gratify means
Come
to
on, black
give.
people. Come on, people of color. Here's another social program.
Wait a minute. First of all, the Democrats aren't the ones who give social programs. Republicans are the ones who give more social programs. You need to go and study on politics. I said that
I don't
earlier.
need to study anything. I just
well,
proved
you
my
don't
point
need
about
to,
the
but if
whole
you want to
voting
talk
thing.
about it and be
I just
knowledgeable.
proved my point on the voting
No, you
thing.
didn't prove your point. You're wrong on every
I
stand.
just proved my point on the voting thing.
Pander mean. And black men, you need to do
Now
that.
it's about pandering. Now you want
You the one who used the word pander.
right? They pander towards us.
Okay, but you're wrong though, and you need to do better. I'm not sure how old you are. You sound like you're maybe in your 20s, and when I say that, I mean by your knowledge, your lack of knowledge. You sound really like a 3-year-old. But okay, I'm gonna give you 20s, and and if you're in your 20s, I give you a pass, right? Because most people in their 20s, not really, especially black people, we got a lot to deal with. We ain't really into the politics.
So all black people are silly except for you.
No, I didn't say that. I'm
If they
talking
don't
about
think
you
like
right
you,
now.
if they
I'm
don't
talking
think
about
like
you
you,
being a black
if they
man who
don't think
don't
like
know
you,
that what you're saying.
Hold on. You're saying that Republicans give more social programs than Democrats, but it says right here, based on the NIH, that Democrats tend to receive more welfare benefits than Republicans. Also shows that liberal-leaning policies in states have better overall health outcomes and lower mortality rates. People in liberal-leaning policy states also tend to live longer.
Girl, you gotta be kidding me. First of all,
everybody's not silly,
anybody
man.
can type
It's just
anything,
what it
but
is.
you put AI with like you did for him, put in AI who give more
I'm going
benefits.
for I'm not even in I. I'm talking like
I know you're not. You on Reddit where any of us could post anything and anybody.
no,
So-
honey, I'm on the NIH. This is the NIH.
I'm not here to disrupt
what
y'all.
What I just saw you reading was Reddit.
Right, but they were getting their information from the national.
I thought y'all ladies were cooking,
Why
but I
what you
just
mean
heard
they
something. That's all.
put it in the way, and you will find out that Republicans give more money, right? You're gonna get more money at the beginning of the year. You're gonna get more welfare money. They the ones who give it up. Democrats is when they get in, they're the ones who say, "Well, you got to go to work before you get that welfare. You got to do this before you get." That is
You ever hear about the Mann Act? Just like in the Claudine movie,
my
when
God,
she
why
had
you
to hide her man in the closet.
Got to do what we talking about right now.
The Mann Act never died.
Economic Committee
Can't have a man at the house in order to get these
greater under
programs.
Democratic presidents. I mean, this is the statistics under Jim.
That says job growth. What that got to do with giving free money, like he was saying?
I said social programs. I never said free money. Come on.
At the end of Democratic
social programs.
Why would you need social programs when your economy is better?
So our economy is always better under Democrats.
This is Reagan.
That's what you're showing us. You're showing us that Democrats, our economy is always better. But
Trump
the
reigns
reason
is
that's
happening right now.
because they spend less money and they spend less money.
This is Bush, Obama 9% under Trump, and then Biden was 10%.
Girl, do you see what that say at the top up there?
It says the economy grows more under Democratic presidents.
Right. So I'm right what I said, right? And look how less it is under all those reds, and look how more it is under the blues. So I'm right.
What? Manufacturing, investments, everything. Like so.
So that means Democrats are better for this country. You get more job growth, you get more of everything, but they give you less free things. Like those social groups you talking about, they not giving no increase in no food stamps and welfare. Republicans do that.
Food stamps is not necessarily a social program.
Yes,
all right?
most definitely that's a social program. That's
Not
Why would you
necessarily.
need more food stamps if the economy is doing good? You don't need more social.
You're not under right. So what I'm saying is Democrats, the job market go better, less people on food stamps, right? And things like that. But when the Republicans come in, that's when they giving away more money.
Well, they have to, because the economy dips for the people.
Exactly, which means that when they're Republicans, they make the economy worse. And so that's what my point was. My point is they're giving more free things. The Republicans are the ones giving more free things. Democrats are not. And so when you say that, well, the Democrats is the ones giving away these social programs. Well, that's a fact. That's not a fact. That's false. They make it where you could go get a job.
Okay.
The restrictions come when they started making women go get jobs to get food stamps. Shit, that was under what his name? Hillary Clinton, Clinton, right?
Well, it's good that people should get a job.
Okay, but when Bush and them get in, they start giving away free, giving you more food stamps and shit because they're giving it to mostly the white people, right? The white people. So black people, just because we able to get it too. But as soon as the Democrats come in, the Republicans start pointing at the Democrats saying, look all these people on food stamps and welfare. When they're the ones who did it, they're the ones who allowed it where it could be that way. And then so it leads the Democrats to look, it always looked like they the ones who did it because we got the lying Republicans always pointing and saying they did it. But the numbers
So Jasmine Crockett took got pushed out.
Democratic. What?
Jasmine Crockett got pushed out. Now she will never be able to interfere with the Texas Stock Exchange.
First of all, politics shouldn't be in no stock exchange. That's something Trump and his people have started doing. Right? They shouldn't have nothing to do with that as far as getting involved.
She was in the way.
So I'm talking about, but I'm saying young black men. It would be better if he was a white man right now.
This situation, it specifically tried to knock out three of the most vocal opponents who happen to be African American. And if you are African American in this country, you'd be foolish not to think and look at that and say, dang, the 4 or 5 seats they knocked out was our seats. But you got to look at that. I mean, listen, you got to look at that. And whether you want to think it's racist or not, you got to be aware that just happened. Right. And so that's the problem that has happened. In the past, it didn't affect just one race of people. In this situation, they literally killed and drew districts that did not have a majority African-American person in one of the largest metropolitan areas in the United States. And you can't do that. If you're doing that, it's not right. And it happened in my district. And because I live down here, I know that these communities don't go together. I know how far away they are. I know that the way that they drew the district cut through all kinds of different communities to make this district up. The district looks like an Etch-a-Sketch that a third grader did. So I don't think that we should be drawing those maps that way, not just because of color, but because of geography too as well. Because once again, let's look at geography. The way that they are trying to draw this map includes a lot of the north with the south. And the south, a lot of this down here is kind of underdeveloped and they have different kind of challenges. Up north, they have different kind of challenges that they can focus on. It's not going to benefit having us be in this district when we're trying to work on developmental issues in our own district. And so those are the kind of things that, like I said, I continuously talk to people about. To live down here in Texas and to look where they try to put A with B, I have enough common sense to know.
And that's something exactly what I said. I've never seen this video before. I don't even know this man.
Around the 1:30 mark, I started speaking on the same program, and I asked Attorney Calvin about Jasmine Crockett and the Texas Stock Exchange. And he agrees.
He agrees to what? Like nobody
We
should
just
be.
fast forwarded just a little bit.
The North with the South. And the South, a lot of this down here is kind of underdeveloped. Challenges. Up North, they have different kind of challenges that they can focus on. It's not going to benefit having us be in this district when we're trying to work on. When it was done, you had people all as a level of
How you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Mel looking at me like, okay.
Yeah, you do that, and the people, the voting public makes a different decision. House District 100, and she was not the because that person dissented with you.
I'm trying to find the part where. Are you on the first video or the second video?
I'm in that about 135 mark, hour 35 mark.
They let anybody up on them panels, huh?
You take their office. I'm just not going to agree with that. I'm just not what I'm going to do, because I think that when you start to do that, when the next party gets there, then we start removing people that just dissent with you. That's just not. That's not smart long term. That's just my.
Not the one. We're about to like do it again. It's like 6:20, 5:22. At 7 o'clock, we're gonna do it again. So we'll be talking about this a little bit more. I just wanted to bring this up. Let me see if I like show where.
Yes.
It was a good conversation. It was
pressured into telling them you gave them your right. You, as a lawyer, if somebody has a mental problem, and
right here we go.
It's around 137, hour 37. I'm right there in that same video.
No, it was a different one. Let's go.
Are you sure?
I have it here. But this is the one you're talking about. Okay, let's go. Because that was the first time we talked about it. Let's go. I'm still waiting on him to come up, but I want to ask one quick question. So, say if he does this executive order does go through, and some people do end up in prisons versus being put into mental facilities.
Then I'm kind of feeling that pettiness, because I know we got to admit we all got pettiness in us. We got all. I could be very. Listen, hey, one thing about it, if you don't tell the truth, they're gonna get you and they're gonna squish you. Say that ain't what you said last time. So I like the fact that he petty, because one thing about it, two things for sure. When I'm trying to get across to what I'm trying to say, and I don't want to play games with you like Carmelo Anthony, I'm not gonna play with them. When it's that time, y'all gonna think I'm the president of this country if that attorney don't get it right, and I mean it. But listen, he's so petty until I enjoy his pettiness, because I feel like what we need to do, if it wasn't for somebody like him, we would have so much emotions on the table right now. We would never be able to see a road ahead of us. We were so swamped and so much dust and dirt on top of us until we didn't know which way we were going. So imagine, to me, emotions is clearing our playing fields a little bit.
And I'm gonna tell y'all this too. I understand being petty, because I'm not gonna lie, I can be petty at times. And then I got a lot of people say what you want. I got a lot of respect for 50. I respect 50. Number one, shout out to 50. Shout out to one of my former clients, DJ Chaotic, who is 50 Cent's DJ right now. And the story of that, he was friends with 50 growing up, moved to Texas, went to Chicago for a while, moved to Texas, was DJing down here. And when 50 lost his DJ, he called him, put him back in the fold. And so I got respect for people that remember their folks, man. I mean, he went and got.
We're wanting to see any type of change in our nation, and it doesn't matter if we're talking about P. Diddy. It doesn't matter if we're talking about illegal immigrants.
It has gotten the public's attention because you have two young people, you have one black, one white. You got a situation. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. First, he's going to answer. There's some questions in the audience, and then we're going to ask the questions of the panel. So, but welcome Pam Mulatto-ism, and welcome Queen 62.
Peace, family.
Hey, Pam.
Okay.
All right.
How you doing?
So what I'll do is I'll give each person their 2 minutes, and then we'll go to the comment section, and we'll have other people continue to come up as well.
Okay, who do you want to go first?
I'll take the first seat, Binks. I'm here.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, everybody in the chat. Everybody, how you doing? Calvin, Mel, Pan, DJ. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I just had one bone to pick. I mean, Calvin, you did leave us hanging last week, but we're gonna let that slide.
I know it. But you know what? I got a 7-year-old and she got to get her time with her daddy.
Come on.
And I know we thought we were gonna do something, but I've been running on field. I've been very busy. I'm very popular down here as an attorney.
I believe you. But you know what? It's okay. Mel made up for it. Mel said, you know what? Let me sit in with these two queens. So Mel made up for what you did last weekend to your baby girl. But I did want to come up and say, I'm glad that the ending of the conversation was in regarding to Carmelo Anthony. So that can put some of the hater baiters to rest and tell them to stop coming over my channel like knuckle sandwich heads, telling me about Carmelo Anthony. This, if y'all don't sit y'all knuckle sandwich heads down, because listen, we got a whole year We got a year for y'all to prepare as to why would this be first degree? What did you come up with premeditated? We want y'all to sit down and get your facts straight. So thank you so much for letting them in on the notion of bully. I mean, because they do need to understand what bullying mean. I mean, come on. You can bully a person with your eyes. Let's set the record straight. But let's keep going. So I definitely want to tell you thank you. I'm keeping it just that simple. Carmelo Anthony, you better get ready because my boots going to be on the ground with you next year, baby. June 1st, y'all better know it. Carmelo Anthony, whatever time he get, it won't be murder. Y'all want to charge him with that little petty knife, charge him with it. He can get a charge for that, but we ain't going no further than that.
It's going to be hot Texas summers, huh? Hot Texas summers, right?
And I'm gonna keep it just that simple. I'm not even gonna get on this everything else we got going on with this Pan-African and Black American, all that stuff. We'll leave that for another time because we will be back to it.
But I'll tell y'all this, like, honestly, I'm glad that was a gag order because I don't see people talking. And like I said, my whole deal is I want to see this young man get a fair trial.
That's right.
I don't want people firing off left and right stuff and making it hard for him, especially up in that area. So I'm glad that the judge is taking control in there. And Judge Roach plays he plays no games. That man is about his business. His father used to be the DA in Collin County. People would not, and I always tell people, majority Black vote that she typically would have access. Herself, I would say that it was the one member. There are a lot of people that are involved in that situation to me that are letting things happen that I felt like they would probably try to challenge me on. And when I say challenge me on, I know I work on the behest of the client. Right. But if I have a client that's not going to listen, then I don't want to take them on. I give them their money back.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll give somebody else the floor until later.
Appreciate it. Who we got up next?
So I have a question.
Sure.
When it comes to Jasmine Crockett, because I really loved her, and the fact that she's spoken out so heavily. I know people like a lot of people just don't like her, but what does this redistricting really mean? Because does it mean that, and when does it come into play? Does it come into play only after, or when the election happens, or when does it come into play?
Now she holds her district for now, but what it would come is when there would be a midterm, they're trying to write her out her district. They're trying to make her go up against a sitting member from another district to try to win that particular vote. Like, for example, with Jasmine Crockett and Mark Vesey, what they've literally done is they've taken districts that had a heavy Hispanic and or minority population that voted Democrat, and they've sent them into areas that were a little bit more center or in right. And so what happens is Jasmine now would be running against another person who's already in Congress, who already has their following, and then she would be running against that person in a situation where she doesn't have her majority Democrat, majority Black vote that she typically would have access to. The same thing with Mark Vesey. So they tried to put her in a position during the next election to where she would have to run against another sitting member and possibly lose based on their the numbers that they run.
So do you think it's also a plan to bankrupt her as well?
No, it's not a plan to bankrupt her. She'll be able to get money to run. That they're not going to be able to do that because of, number one, she has the support of African-American lawyers, a lot of the people in the community. She has access to be able to deal, to be able to get the money to be able to run. Like I said, I assisted Jasmine when she first ran for state rep, when she was running for office her first time to get state rep before she actually ran for Congress. And so she has a good enough network where she won't run out of money. But I just think that they have tried to just literally legislate her out of Congress because she's one of the people that they may be afraid of in a sense.
And there's another last question I have. So just recently, like an hour ago, I've seen a thing about the the business labor statistics chief being fired. Are you aware of that? Because of the lackluster thing of the labor and this, that, are you aware of that?
I've heard that they were thinking about doing it, but I think Trump is doing it because there's this thing called stat jugging. Y'all know what that is? Stat jugging is trying to make the stats look like they're better than they actually are. I get that term from watching the show The Wire and the way that they reported crime and the way that they were being directed to report crime. So there's a way you can stat jug the labor statistics to report to the public that won't look as bad. And I don't think that Trump appreciated maybe that particular person telling the truth about where we were job-wise. And I think that's why he's doing that. So that's my answer to that one.
Wow, I didn't even know that there was such thing as stat jugging. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Wow. And one last question. So with the current situation,
where they can't afford to be able to live. And I think you have to categorize those things and start to deal with them. And unfortunately, and I will say this, the Democratic Party has to do a better job of figuring out how to attack those things, because when we were in power, I don't think we did a good enough job at that. And I think we need to be willing to listen to alternative ideas to deal with homelessness. And so I don't think Trump was doing something weird about pointing that out. But I do think that because of his position of being extremely wealthy, there is a lack of understanding that I think he has of homelessness itself, because there are three different types of homelessness. There's voluntary homelessness, homelessness because of mental and drug problems, and homelessness because people just don't have enough money, even after they work to pay the bills to remain to have shelter. So that's just what my ideas on those things are.
I agree with you on that.
So are you aware of the bill that Trump put out where it says that he's going to put them into mental facilities, the homeless people?
Well, I thought he made like a more of an executive order of trying to do those things. I don't know how well that's going to work because you have a lot of different entities that control homelessness inside of cities. You have states, you have cities.
That'd be the dominant thing. I'm sorry, I was talking and y'all. All right, so I was trying to find your thing. I can't find where you're on here discussing this. Maybe it's this one or maybe it's another one.
It's that one. It's 1:37. Hour 37.
1:37. 1:30.
I have to remember that term, fat judging, because there were things I'd never heard before.
I don't see 1:30. I don't see it on there. 1:37.
Hour 37, 33.
What do you call it? Fat judging? What's that? Fat judging? Like fat, F-A-C-T?
I believe, yeah, he used that term.
Is it last week or this week? Because I don't see that. I don't see that one on that one.
You asked him some great questions, though. I like the fact that, because he can't put them in no mental places that don't exist anymore. They got rid of those places many years ago.
Right. And yeah, they been got rid of the asylum. So, the bottom line is I can't find your thing. I tried to find it, but you gotta go and find it and then send it to me and I'll play it so that we can get your point across. I can't find it. Send it to my IG.
Oh, okay. You have IG? Oh, it's not that big. It's not that biggie. It's on World Watching. The world watching the world 7/7s. His
You did a short?
Nope. It's from 11 days ago.
We both have the same video, honey. We both.
Okay, it's where it says 44K views.
What was your question?
Yeah, I'm right there.
Let's see, because I don't see that one.
And you continue to elevate her because somebody, if you feel like she's
Yeah, I'm right there.
Okay, which one? What's the title of it?
It's called Warrants for Arrest. Texas House Democrats flee. You're on it with me.
All right. Is that
Okay,
one?
so yeah, this from 11 days ago. He's on there a lot then.
person. See, I like that.
Oh, okay. This is an older one. That's way older. That's why.
This is the one where basically this is just before the redistricting happened.
This is older. Yeah, so that's why I couldn't find it because I'm playing more recent stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll
Here-
play that one. Okay, no problem. All right, here we go.
I like to compare things to the dog track. When you go to the dog track and Rover, and he take that bone and he trying to get the #1 race, one thing about it, he ain't taking nobody with him but him and that bone to get to the finish line. And I think sometimes, like I tell you all the time, I don't come with friends, family, referrals, or anything because I don't want to take no passengers when I come, and I definitely don't need prisoners. I feel like if Jasmine Crockett was just as strong in her community and they know how strong she was and is, I feel like her community is already built up enough to any footprint that comes in that sand, they should be able to spot it through the dark nights, and they should be able to take that particular representative at the time and shape them into fruition, because Jasmine Crockett have already did her part in her community. If you know what wheel is supposed to be working in your community, then you need to make whoever's coming in run your wheel the right way. That's how you take control as your community. Now, what I feel like Jasmine Crockett should do, because she's being highly put up on a pedestal by Calvin, I apologize. She's highly being put up on a pedestal by DJ Genesis. She's highly being put there. So what needs to happen now? If you already know your town, you already know the footprints there. You know whoever come in need to abide by your rules, because you all are the gatekeepers, not that one person. What Jasmine need to do is go in another community and put some boots in the ground to shake that area up if she can, because they can only vote her out. You can put her in whatever, as long as she's speaking on her truth, as long as she's speaking on the facts, as long as she's being guided and she knows she's looking at each particular bill. I feel like she should go in another area and show them exactly who she is. And y'all fight for her in that community too, because what happens at that point, you already know you have your community. Now y'all need to know your community already taken care of. So if there are strong people in the community that you already have, then why don't y'all strong community form some sort of group and carry her to the next town? So if you can't stop them from doing it, join their ass, join them and redirecting her, and y'all start changing things city by city, town by town, and show them exactly who is the head population in the state of Texas. Black people. And if black people are the head, then that means y'all need to support her as she go up the ladder, because if y'all can help her move up the ladder, then y'all will see a black governess. I feel like if we start,
she's ridiculous. That's not how shit works. You can only vote for your area. So I can't go into another person's area and vote for her. And so that's how we know, like, this is ridiculous what she's saying.
changing our mindset. Take party style off the table. Take everything off the table and start over again. Consider taking the earth and flipping it on the other side. Wouldn't y'all want to see a black governess in your state? I would want to see her, even if I got to help with my boots on the ground from over here, because I don't look at it by town anymore. But where my head is at, I see states connecting. They're connecting. And when I look at the connecting states, I see the entire earth. And there's no one walking this earth not going to tell me that this United States, which is equivalent to an earth to me, have not been built up by black people. So y'all should help her build up in these communities. Show that there can be change.
We're helping her build in the community. That's why we don't want her to get redistricted.
Y'all start something and move her along. Your area is already formed. Make them listen to you, and you continue to elevate her. Because somebody, if you feel like she's a strong spokesperson, do you feel like she's fair, you feel like she's honest, you feel like she's telling the truth, the only thing you're going to do, keeping her in your area, is just keeping her right there in that small area. See, I'm not a person for small. I'm 6'2".
So she's saying that she shouldn't be just stuck in one area. She needs to like be redistricted so that she can expand. But it's like, bro, that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that she's going to be paired with a white Republican, and their area has more white people that's going to vote for it. And then she's going to be like edged out, and she ain't going to be on the pet. She's not going to be a senator no more. That's it.
Right. I love heels. I'm looking at the bigger things. And the bigger things is help her elevate. Don't keep her idle. If it's a strong enough black Republicans there, hey, y'all learn how to work the bill.
I don't know where she's getting this from. Like, bro, like, listen. What are we talking about?
Us together. I feel like the change is get out of change and start changing. If you can.
A lot of people just want to be on the other side just for the hell of it. And I'm like, bro, you're not doing the math. If my district has 2 million people and your district has 250,000 people, and I get merged into your district, and only like maybe I would say 100,000 of my people vote in my district, and all 2 million people vote in that other district, then I no longer have a district. That's the thing. So I don't know what she's
get out of change and start changing. We could do it.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Mel was like, man, thank you.
Reverend Green, it's your time to tell us what's on your mind.
Yes, he was. I know he was. Thank you. He wasn't like that, but yeah.
No, he was.
We know.
keeping her right there in that small area. See, I'm not a person for small. I'm 6'2". I love heels. I'm looking at the bigger things. And the bigger things is help her elevate. Don't keep her idle. If it's a strong enough Black Republic.
Don't keep her idle.
Look how he looking. Is that a picture? That's him.
No, that's him.
He's looking at her like,
hey,
oh.
y'all learn how to work the bills together. I feel
learn how to work. What country do you think we are in where we just gonna come together and work the bill? Like, no, there's no fucking such thing as that.
like the change is get out of change and start changing. If you could get out of change and start changing, we could do it.
All right. Thank you very much.
What are you talking about? You know what?
I appreciate your input. Okay, we're gonna have Reverend.
Say they. Oh, okay, all right, all right, okay. Somebody else, please, Charlie.
Green, it's your time to tell us what's on your mind.
Thank you very much. Great show tonight thus far.
I hope that you didn't give a speech because, honey, we had heard speeches. I hope you ain't gonna get no speech. Let's go. Let's see.
I had a question for Mr. Johnson. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
All right, sir. I wanted to know what district is close to Oak Lawn.
What they're doing, I think that's
the Texas Stock Exchange. I want to be. It's going to be opening up in 2026, and I want to know if that's Jasmine Crockett's area.
It literally is.
See,
it won't be anymore. It won't be anymore with the way they're drawing it. But
and this is what.
Oh wait, hold on.
This is all about a money play. I knew the reason why I even brought this up. I see things in long term, and
ridiculous.
That's all. It's
wait. Hold on now. Hold on. I didn't think about this. If they remove from the area from the Texas Stock Exchange, because that's going to be a new area.
Right.
That is going to blow up because that is like almost like having a new like where Wall Street is, right?
On steroids.
Right. Like so you have New York Wall Street like in Manhattan, right? And so this area used to be kind of like a South Dallas area, right? Or a South New York area where there was a black person kind of running it. But no, we can't have no nigga running where the stock exchange gonna be at.
Oh, we can't. Oh, okay. So they want to come in the area that's her area, take over, and then move all the black people out. And you say no, we can't have a smart, educated woman like her
there, and then move her out, and then move a white guy from Plano that's not even from Dallas.
Exactly. That's what
into that area.
Gentrified. They about to move all the black people out there.
Is also have Cedar Springs, which is a gay area.
Right. Exactly.
That whole like the gayborhood and like the whole Oak Lawn, that whole area is all together. The gay people.
Everybody's right to play ball and make money.
Yeah, right. But the gayborhood is it makes money. So therefore they said, you know what? She don't need to be controlling that area.
That's
but
right.
The person that they're trying to put into that area does not even have any sections in Dallas. I think he's only Plano. He's Plano.
A clean, new, improved version of San Francisco, but just about money, though. Yeah.
But then he says, "No, I'm going to take
about money.
I'm going to change the." I don't know who actually was in charge of like rewriting the area, but they knew what they were doing. Oh, okay, we're about to put this new thing over here. She can't be a part of that, and there you go.
But they didn't approve it, so because it hasn't been gone through yet, and it's probably not gonna be approved.
What happened just recently? Didn't they just have a new?
It's approved.
No, it's not approved. When it got approved?
Hold on. It came back. Hold on. The Texas Democrats came back.
Yep.
Okay. And what that mean?
They break the quorum.
Yeah. And then they got to vote. So when did they do that?
Let me see.
Ink's already dry.
What's already drafted? They got to be approved. It was already drafted already. We know that.
The ink is already dry.
No, it got to be approved. Look, y'all don't. Do you live there? You don't even know what's going on in your own state. Now you live there?
I do. See how you trying to say that stuff? I do know what's going on. I'm
Do you
heavily
live there?
invested.
Well, then why are you saying
I'm
what you saying?
invested. I'm invested, sis. That's
Okay,
all.
but so when did it, I'm asking you when was it approved?
Hold on, no. They have not come back yet. Hold on, let me just see this. All right, we're gonna share this. I'm gonna play this. Hold on, let's see.
Well, in just a few hours, the Texas House will call for a quorum for what would be the sixth time in this special session as the battle over redistricting continues to play out. But now Texas House Democrats have some demands that they're making before they return back to Austin. Trevor Sohaki is live for us in our newsroom this morning with more details on those. And Trevor, what do the Democrats want exactly?
Well, Carmen, the Democrats have two big conditions they want fulfilled before they say they'll come back to the Capitol. Number one, they want Republicans to end the current special session. Number two, they want California Democrats to redraw their congressional map to offset the 5 U.S. House seats Republicans aim to flip in Texas. But Republicans say Democrats are in no position to make demands.
I find it hilarious that they're trying to put demands on us. Look, I've been saying this from the very beginning. There is no deals to be made.
The Texas House has not reached a quorum since August 3rd, nearly 2 weeks ago. Democrats left Texas to prevent Republicans from forcing a vote on new congressional district maps. Those new maps could flip 5 seats from blue to red in the U.S. House.
Look at this shit.
Y'all should be ashamed of y'allself, black
Do
people.
you see this shit?
Look what I see. That's a damn shame.
Man, I wish I could zoom in on this shit. What the fuck? Hold on. Do you see the case? Okay, this is the map before. Let me find the map. This is the map before. All right. So all right. This is probably where Dallas is right here. And this is probably 33 or 32 is where Jasmine Crockett is. Watch when they change the map, though. I mean,
They taking all the blue. God damn.
Look at y'all. Look at how it looks right here. Can y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
Watch when they change that shit to what they really look. Watch this.
5 seats from blue to red in the U.S. House.
God damn. And yeah, and wait, and I think the guy up here who's supposed to be a black man, he's for this. So you get no representation in a state where I know it's a lot of blacks and Mexicans.
Man, Texas got some of the largest amount of black people in the
whole country. Yes.
Like,
yes.
Yeah. Like,
and look at this shit right here, because they've been doing it the whole time. But
that is not cool right there. What?
That's crazy. They did, and on purpose too. You see that, huh? On purpose.
And how in the hell? I didn't even see that map. How they did that shit? What the fuck? Like who? And I wish I could zoom in on this shit because all right, so this is Dallas, right? And then you got Frisco up here. But see, it made more sense, right? This one made more sense because all right, so this is how Dallas is. You have Mesquite, you have Lancaster, you have Cedar Hill, Duncanville, and then Red Oak, all this stuff. And then I think so all this stuff is Jasmine Crockett's area right here. And then I guess it goes into somebody else's area. So she had all this. Honey, they said, man.
From blue to red in the U.S.
No, shit.
Yeah. Like you ain't getting none of this. That looked like at the lower part was purple, which means it's swing, so it could go any way. Right? But the little small blue.
Amazing. When you actually put that shit on like actually show what happened. I'm like, what? That is crazy. No, it wasn't never purple.
Oh, I thought it was purple earlier.
You
right.
Okay, so initially it was this, and I think they already
Maps could flip 5 seats from blue to red.
Man, that's crazy.
That is crazy. And Trump messing up.
I see why they left town. Like, what the fuck?
You in Texas too? Because y'all
live
was.
in Dallas. I live in fucking Mesquite. I live right about look on this map. Hold on, I live. See, I'm gonna show you where I live. I live right about here.
Right there, yeah.
So I'm like, you mean to tell me? And then now they said this whoop.
5 seats from blue to red in the
Nope.
Y'all should hate Trump, right? Because y'all was about to pass Florida with y'all money-making ventures to be second in the goddamn country after California. And Trump came around and fucked y'all all up. And now y'all are losing money and industries are about to leave.
I'm gonna show you some of the areas. I'm gonna show you some of the areas where they're fixing to what they're about to redistrict. This is the part. Okay, so what they just did. Okay, so it is black cities in that redistricting that's about to get I don't know what they're what. Man, I'm glad I did that shit. Hold on. Let me show you. Black cities in richest black cities in Dallas DFW area. All right. Top black suburbs. Okay, I want you to see this shit. Can y'all see this?
Welcome to North Texas. Today we're counting down the top 10 Dallas-Fort Worth suburbs with the highest black populations. Neighborhoods where culture, opportunity, and community come together. Let's jump in. Kicking off our list is Carrollton at number 10, where about 12% of residents are black.
That's not
Carrollton has about 135,000 people.
So that's not black Jasmine Crockett's area. So they're gonna go down into different areas, right? Hey Baba, how you doing, Baba? Baba Yashabaya, how you doing?
Alafia, my sister, goddess, and
Man, I'm just realizing we just saw the map. I said, hold up.
I was out of town. Well, I was out of town when you hit me up. I was over in Vicksburg, Mississippi, which is about 30 miles from where I live. So I wasn't near my computer. So I had to try to kick that bad boy and get across the bridge and try to get to the house here, just to sit in and hear what
it's been a very, very long. I've been live for a while, but I wanted to show. I'm not sure if you get to see on the show because I'm sure you probably didn't get to see what I was just showing about this redistricting map. And now I'm seeing why this is such a big deal and why they said, no, I'm walking about this bit. What the fuck? Like, so this is the map that was before. It's already red as hell. It's bleeding. Bloods run the game.
Redistricting map.
Bloods are running. Okay. Hold on. Can you see it? Hold on. Let me show you. This is the original map right here. The Bloods are running. Okay. The Bloods run. The Crips are kind of like, you know what I'm saying? They got the little plate. I'm sorry. But you know what I'm saying? It's red. This is what it's going to look like after we just so I like I said is that okay. This is Jasmine Crockett's little area, little small, little 37th district, 35 district, right? I live right about here, right? So let me show you what happens when they decide to redistrict it.
Those new maps could flip 5 seats from blue to red in the U.S.
One blood.
One blood. The Bloods are going to get the whole. I said, damn, really? They really doing it like that? They said no. And so her whole area is going to be gone. And then she will either have to fight for 37th, which ain't, I don't know who she's going to fight over here, but what?
Isn't that crazy? Because they greedy already, right? They already control the state, and then so there's only a small area,
a small little portion of fucking Dallas, Texas area metropolitan. That's how you know how powerful, how much money is in this area. And so the next thing I was fixing to show you is that, and give you guys some context of how like so. People think that Dallas is all white, but I'm like, no, these are black areas. Okay. So
37 square miles. It's perfectly placed with easy access to the President George Bush Turnpike, I-35 East, and the Dallas North Tollway. Major companies like
So Carrollton is that's one. I don't think that's a Jasmine Crockett area. Let me go into. Let me find. So Euless, no. Let me go into where she actually. So is Irving? Nope, that's not her area. Hold on, I'm gonna show you exactly where her spot is. Because those are other areas. Let me see.
sprinkled throughout. Many Cowboys players once lived in 300,000 across 57 square miles. It features a charming downtown square, an arts center, and convenient access to Dart Light Rail. Homes hover near 395,000. About 136.
So Garland,
about 36,000 people are Black.
is Garland in Jasmine Crockett's area? I think that Garland might be a part of it. I think it might be. I think that she might be a part of this area. I think it might be a little bit of Garland, a little bit of hold on, but let me just get out of there. I'm gonna show you the real part.
Waterfront properties.
No, watch what I show you. This when I show
Square miles and split among Dallas, Tarrant, and Ellis counties.
Man,
Those beautiful places.
All right, here we go. We're into the area that she is running. Hold on. Let me see. This is
Where about 23% of the city's 200,000 residents are Black.
it's her.
Spanning 81 square miles and split among Dallas, Tarrant, and Ellis counties. Grand Prairie boasts beautiful places like Joe Pool Lake and master planned communities like Mira Lago. Major attractions include Lone Star Park and Epic Waters Indoor Water Park. Homes average about 357,000. Schools earn A+ ratings. And fun fact, Grand Prairie is the hometown of celebrities like Selena Gomez and the late Dimebag Darrell. Number 5 is Arlington, where nearly 24%
This is her area. This is her area. Okay, this is the area that she runs.
of its 400,000 residents are Black. Stretching almost 100 square miles, Arlington is famous for AT&T Stadium, the home of the Dallas Cowboys currently, plus Globe Life Field, home to the Texas Rangers baseball team, Six Flags Over Texas, and the bustling Parks Mall. Major employers include GM's Arlington Assembly Plant and the University of Texas at Arlington, one of the state's largest universities. Homes range between $340K and $395K. Coming in at number 4 is Mesquite, where about 25% of the city's 150,000 residents are Black. Mesquite is known as the rodeo capital of Texas, thanks to the iconic Mesquite Championship Rodeo. It also features major shopping at Town East Mall and employers like PepsiCo and UPS. Homes are very affordable, averaging about 144,000, and the schools enjoy solid reputations. Number 3 is Duncanville,
This is another place that she owns. I don't think that she owns Mesquite. I don't think that she owns Mesquite.
where about 55 to 60% of the city's population is Black.
Okay, now we're getting into her area. You see this? 55%. This is her area. Now we're getting into it. Now you're about to see how this shit is not right. Watch this.
Duncanville's very Black. Over half of the population, I repeat, is Black. So if you're someone that's planning to move to Texas or to the DFW area and you want to be amongst your own people and you're Black, Duncanville is high on the list. Located southwest of Dallas, Duncanville has gated communities and home to many city officials, mega church pastors, and has been home to athletes. The city is known for its vibrant faith community and homes averaging about $314,000. Number 2 is Cedar Hill, where over 50.
Another place. This is another spot. Okay. Watch this. Watch when they say how much the average home is over here. See?
52.5% of residents are Black. Again, more than half of residents are Black. Cedar Hill is unique for its California-like landscapes, rolling hills, and Joe Pool Lake. It's been home to various celebrities such as Tamala Mann of Tyler Perry movies, gospel great Fred Hammond, former Dallas Cowboy Dexter Coakley, Coach Prime Deion Sanders once lived there, all living in the upscale Lake Ridge community, which is somewhat of a celebrity haven. Homes list between 315 and 363,000 in the whole of Cedar Hill, but in Lake Ridge, that number is much higher. And standout schools like Cedar Hill Collegiate High School shine despite mixed ratings overall. And number 1, finally,
right here.
is DeSoto.
This is another place that she runs. You understand? So this is all where all the rich Black people are living at.
The 1%.
Well, an estimated 60 to 70% of residents are Black.
Oh, wow.
50%.
DeSoto is a historic Black majority suburb, home to elegant mansions in neighborhoods like Thorn Tree and Frost Farms. Celebrities and athletes such as Tim Brown, Kevin Johnson, Des Bryant, Chris Bosh, and Spud Webb have lived there, along with prominent city officials and mega pastors. Located in southern Dallas County, DeSoto offers homes averaging about $360K and decently strong schools that anchor a proud, thriving community. Now let's revisit DeSoto, Cedar Hill, and Duncanville, which all three top the list. You'll hear many people refer to these three suburbs as South Dallas, when in fact they are not South Dallas. They're in the southern region of the DFW Metroplex, but they are not South Dallas. And I say that because South Dallas carries a stigma. It's not the best place. You know, every city has its hood, and Dallas has quite a few, South Dallas being one. There are areas, of course, being revitalized and gentrified, if I may. But overall, South Dallas can be a bit of a rough area. These three are not South Dallas. They are actually very, very nice suburbs. Of the three, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, and DeSoto, my preference is Cedar Hill. Very beautiful. Again, rolling hills. When you're there, you think you were in a different state. These 10 Dallas-Fort Worth suburbs aren't just places to live, though. They're places to belong. From affordable homes to vibrant communities, North Texas has neighborhoods full of history, culture, opportunity. And stay tuned, because coming up, we'll reveal the...
But see, so imagine, so now when you look at this map, now you're seeing that that what's happening is a redistribution of wealth. It's not just a matter of, all right, so okay, you see this? So her district, okay, hold on, let me tell you this. Her district goes through all the Black neighborhoods. All the Black wealth is going to now get redistricted into
blue to red in the
boom. So now do you understand why this is an issue? All these are Black, like, wealthy areas.
It's a clearer picture, even for myself who was aware. It's even a more clearer picture.
Right, because what they're going to do, they're going to end up, the taxes going to go higher and people going to start losing their homes, the Black people, and they're going to start moving in. It's called how they gentrify areas that Black people live in when they're doing well, when they're doing good. It's like another Black Wall Street type of thing.
Hike the property taxes up in certain areas. They can do all type of stuff to try to marginalize these communities. Because this person up here is trying to be better than this person up here. You can't take this person. And then if you want that, now this person is running this person at the top from Frisco. You know what I'm saying? Because their houses are more expensive, whatever. Now those houses, it's a lot going on here. So it says the average house, you can get a big ass house in Cedar Hill. You can get damn near a mansion in Cedar Hill. And it might be 400, 500,000. You know what I'm saying? Like 400,000 square foot. But not the same in Frisco. So I'm in Mesquite. I'm in a 3,800 square foot property. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But now, if this goes into Republican, now my property value is skyrocketed because I'm compared to Frisco now, tax bracket wise. You understand what happens? It's not just it's a redistricting. Baba, can you explain some of the things that goes on with this redistricting things? Maybe I don't want to be wrong.
Well, no, you all are basically spot on. The only thing about these different districts and these different housing things, you have to deal with the governing bodies. I just moved out of Mesquite a number of years ago, out east out there near Balch Springs, other side of Balch Springs. My house was running $350K out there on Guadalupe Drive. It was a new district, and what you have to look at,
right, mine is about 400.
They may be doing a gentrification. Yeah, So the thing about it is your school district in those areas and those council people that's in the, they most time they determine the tax break that they need to run these various places. And no matter what they do, you're going to have to meet the what they call the ordinances, or the when they do ordinance for certain things. And that ordinance runs for 10 years. Mine was for 10 years. They couldn't raise my tax again for 10 years. But we're looking at, there's a major move, but when you look at Texas, a lot of Texas is open space, open range. A lot of those folks that's in those areas, some don't even get a chance to vote. I mean, as a trucker running out West Texas, it's a lot of open space, and you may have 4 families in it. You may have this. They don't get tight till you get to Odessa. But what you all are doing is spot on. What we're gonna have to do as a people, learn how to get on these various boards and committees that make decisions on what operates in that area to control it. If that make any sense.
Yeah, but you have to run, and then people got to vote for you. And but you're right, though. You're right.
The city council, your commissioners,
School
all
board.
these folks, school board, you got to get on these boards, because these boards handle a lot of money and decisions of the overall community. We've got to get our head out of just black. We got to get out of what? Owning and controlling the real estate.
Facts.
And we don't.
I didn't even know the school.
Yeah.
I didn't know the
Like
school
who
board
I am
runs
now.
so much. They have so much power. The school board. I thought the school board only dealt with the school, but it deals with the roads and all kinds of things.
Yeah, you sure right. And that's what I work with here in Tallulah. I learned this when I started dealing with city government, the school board, the city council, and all these things. These are boards you want to get on. Why you think John Wilder probably was on the commission board so damn long?
Yeah, they get to run things.
Those are decisions. Those determine what really go where. So them rearranging the voting slot, yet the money's got to come through. If you got people on these boards, they direct the budget, the money, what comes in and what goes out. So we need to be fighting in a different area rather than fighting. With that, we need to get where we can have more control over decision makings. And that's our problem. We got to take the blinders off, take the shades off, get our head out the rear view mirror, and what's going to help us now to go forward. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow, what are we doing now to stop the madness? And we're sitting around here talking about yesterday. We ain't going to change yesterday. We got to change, and that's our problem we got right now in Louisiana. Y'all know, do y'all not know they just got rid of the independent party? There's no more independent party.
What?
You had the Democrat, Republican, Independents. They got rid of all of that. Your new either NPO now or Democrat or Republican. There's no more independent party. Why? It was the largest political party we had was the Independents. You ain't got that no more. It's gone. A lot of us don't realize it. A lot of people got new voter cards saying there's no longer an independent party. We got one the other day.
Yeah, but you know it's illegal. But of course, they all doing what
Honey,
they
everything
want.
they're doing is legal, honey. Even
That's
Trump getting
what's
the National
illegal.
Guard to like police people in DC is illegal. He's doing everything illegal. Like everything.
But
is
no, the National Guard is legal. If he would have got the Marines like he did,
have them going throughout and like actually like, because here's the thing. What is so the National Guard is not meant for policing basic.
yeah, that's what the National Guard is for. That's exactly what the National Guard is for.
Unless you are in martial law.
No, that's not true. The National Guard is to do exactly what he got him to do. So he's legal with that. What he was illegal with was having the Marines, the actual Marines or the Army go into these cities and states. But the National Guard, that's what they're for. When January 6th happened, that's who went into there. The National Guard. So that's what they do. So he can get them to come and do whatever in a state, but he cannot do what he did with the Marines. Okay, because the Marines is for
National Guard is for disaster relief, and they are there to protect forces to be able to like. So unless it's a disaster or like some kind of a natural disaster or like even like okay, like all right, when it comes down to what was happening in DC that there was such of a disaster that he needed to come and bring.
It wasn't a disaster, but he clarified that it was.
There's no National Guard that should be. He is misappropriate. First of all, who's going to pay for it?
That's not true. We paying for it apparently.
Well, no, that is true because the DC crime rate was down. So basically, in DC, there was only like 100 like murders in DC in that
right.
So to bring on the National Guard, that is that's like taking a machine gun and shooting a fucking spider, bro.
Well, he is the president in that area. He could call the National Guard even when they had protests. So it's for protest.
That is an illegal thing.
No, it's not illegal.
I can say something.
It's not illegal.
The Washington D.C. is not a part of the United States. Is part of the United States of America.
That's right.
And Trump is technically the governor of Washington D.C.
Right. He's in control.
So he's pushed. He's able to streamline this without any interference.
That's why.
And the mayor was able to go. Yeah, she was able to play ball with him as well.
Okay, go ahead, Baba. Reverend, whenever Baba talks, please let him talk because he is like the elder. We have to respect the elder. Go ahead, Baba.
And Reverend Green, y'all right, but what you have to realize that Washington D.C. is part of the District of Columbia. It's not a part of the United States Incorporated. He is. They don't have no state. They are outside of that, and therefore, as the president, but as commanding chief. Now, by right, most National Guards is under control of the governor of that state. That's who run your National Guards when it comes to certain state, because every state has a thing called what they call sovereignty, and being a part of it, the governor is over. That's why he had to get so many governors to go along with him to let him do these things. And while the mayor is bucking the brother's right, you got to understand the structure of this so-called business and how it operates. And we do not study it enough to understand how it operates. Let me say this with y'all. Trump is only the representative of a hidden power that controls him, that calls the shot. The man don't know shit and shinola when it comes to this stuff, but he's got people in his ear say, let's try this, and they're testing the strength and fiber of a lot of these so-called constitutions and see how far to go before it breaks.
You must mean Russia, because they're the only people who's in his ear.
No, not Russia. It's deeper than that.
Deeper than Russia?
Bernie Sanders talk about the rich oligarchies. There are 13 major families that runs the wealth of this country.
And they are against Trump. And they are against Trump. They almost all of them speak against Trump. So no, but Russia, on the other hand, now they right.
Remember this. We're talking about the art of war. What looked like ain't always what it is.
Okay, so now so we know that in America, those wealthy people get more wealthy with, when we are America with a democracy.
How many trillionaires do we have in America?
Trillionaires?
That's my word. How many trillionaires?
I don't even know how if any, but it will be small.
No, we do. It's just the way they're here. When we talk about what Elon Musk, look at BlackRock. Who's the head over BlackRock? Who's the head over this? Who's really the head over Amazon? They deal with trillions, not billions. They deal with, and they call the shots for the 13 most wealthiest families in the world.
Okay, so there are no trillionaires in the United States. I knew it, right? When you're talking about billionaires, now that's something different. Okay.
No. See,
that's wrong.
No, that
I'm
is a
saying
fact.
it
That
again.
is a fact. Okay. That's a
I'm
fact.
saying it
If you
again.
talk about trillionaires, you're going to go over there to people with who sell us the oil and things. That's a whole nother country where the trillions at. But
We're talking
I
about
understand what you're saying, but
the
that's that
board.
old thinking. Like you said, we need to stop being in the past. And so now you're talking some shit that way back when, and they wasn't trillionaires way back when, right?
Yeah, but no,
No.
we're talking about now. These people
Yeah.
that run these major
Amazon is not
corporations,
in the trillions.
we're talking about in the, that,
Honey, you're
that
talking about Amazon, where there's trillionaires in the
these
world.
are clear. We talking about
What is a
BlackRock.
trillionaire in the world?
Yeah.
Hold on, stop. Let Baba say what he gonna say. Baba's 79 years old. We not trying to run his blood pressure up by interrupting
No, I ain't
him.
gonna, it ain't gonna do- all I'm saying is this: people run corporations, and they got boards, and these people they're handling trillions of dollars. May not be in their account. So these are the people like the Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations, and et cetera, and et cetera. These are corporations that has people over them that are making decisions. Those decision making tells these politicians what to do and what not to do. That's why I ask
So
people all
even
the
though
time,
you don't own
have
the
you ever
$1 trillion,
read-
you are running
have
the
you ever
corporation.
read-
Yeah.
Have you ever read a protocol of the learned elders of Zion? They will tell you in their playbook what the deal is and where the money is. The strongest group that we have that's running the world overall is a Zionist operation. They run all of this. They control your religion and your economy.
They don't control my religion or now. If you talk about the economy, that's one thing, right?
Okay.
Even in Amazon, they say the most Amazon deal with, and when you say deal with, that means money going through their company, money from customers, and going all that good old stuff. Now you talking about 2 trillion, right? So it's not trillions. We don't have no trillionaires in America. So
No,
yeah.
listen,
Would I be able to
I
add
own
on?
a company. Hold on, listen. If I own a company and it has, listen, I own 2 houses, right? All right. So it's not about what you own, it's what you control, right? So
Right.
I own almost close to $1 million in assets. So even though I don't have in my hand $1 million in assets, I control $1 million.
Oh no! But companies don't work like that.
But hold on.
Companies,
Thus,
when
I
they-
own.
Okay, go ahead.
Thus, I would be almost considered. I'm not a millionaire yet. I like what 370,000 for one house and 450 for one. I would say I'm probably like close to a millionaire, right?
No, but you're not close to a millionaire. You got to understand, just because you own
No, if you own and control it, then you actually have the actual. You are.
No,
owning
that's
it.
not a fact. That is
Everyone
not
that
true.
is a millionaire is not holding $1 million in their hand.
That's right. They don't own. They may not own $1 million in their hand, but they have trades, right? They have $1 million that they can access, and they don't have to sell their homes to get it. But you would have to be able to sell your homes and get every dollar, which means you means you own that home. You don't still pay on that home.
Net worth. It's a thing called net worth. So even though like you don't actually hold it, you are controlled. You're still living in certain places. All that goes into it's called net worth. What is net worth? So therefore, if you own a company that is $1 trillion company, all right, all right, that's a part of your net worth. So
Yes,
even
but
though
that's not how companies work. That's
I'll
not
be
how
able to add
companies
on.
work. Companies have CEOs and they have
it's
boards,
not about
and
how
so
companies
they
work.
can't just sell the company like that just
net
because
worth.
they
It's called net worth. It's called net worth.
Okay, we know what network mean, but I don't think you
own
do.
a
I don't
company
think you
that's
do. I
worth
think
$1
you
billion.
getting confused.
Listen, Elon Musk does not have $1 billion, but his corporations are worth billions of dollars, and he being the head of those corporations, now he's a billionaire. He does not have $1 billion in his bank account. He has enough assets.
Girl, you are so wrong. Elon Musk owns hundreds of billions.
Can I
of
add
dollars.
on?
I can't believe you just said he don't have $1 billion.
Elon Musk has hundreds of billions of dollars in his bank account, or does he own companies worth billions of dollars? And so therefore that adds to his net
His
worth.
companies,
and
if they
therefore
give
he's
profit,
worth.
if he got companies with profit, and by the way, I think people got shares in these companies, then yes.
No, what are you saying?
So can I add on?
You being
And,
an individual who have 2 homes that you're paying on, and thinking that your net worth is that amount of money. Your net worth gonna be those homes less whatever you still owe the bank, right? And
So,
things like
all right. So, don't you think that Elon Musk less all of the investors? Because if you own Tesla, right, man, do you know that Elon Musk, all these corporations operate off of debt because they are operating off as investors. Everybody invests.
That means other people's money. That's what investors mean, right?
So what are you? Hold on, man. Hold on, man. What you're saying? So you're saying that because I got mine. Hold on, because I got mine from a bank and he got his from investors, that my net worth is lesser than because
Yes, because you gotta pay the bank back, and he don't have to pay his investors back. Yes,
I'm going to add on to what Mr. Bible was
what do you
saying.
think the stock market is?
He don't pay no investors, girl. And other investors pay investors.
Corporation does pay back his investors.
No.
So you mean to tell me that when I am getting when I invest in stock into Walmart or whatever corporation, that this is not a stock based on the amount of money that this company is making, and that the money is not coming back to me as an investor?
Exactly. You first of all, you put the money in and you ain't getting the money back until the end, but you may lose money, right? And
that's not what I'm talking about. No,
but you are, because I'm saying just because you invest, the investors are the ones who putting the money out, not Elon Musk. You invest, he got your money to play with your money. You the one, everybody putting their money in to get him.
Okay, so I got the money from a bank and I'm playing with their money.
Yeah, no, because you're gonna pay that bank back, girl.
Baba Yashabai, because Baba Yashabai.
I was just going to say this. I agree with Baba was saying not too long ago. I have read that book when I was much younger. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. And I'm well aware of that there are 13 families who own corporations. The DuPonts and such and such. Even Cooper Anderson's family, the Vanderbilts. See, a lot of these people change their names. He's a Vanderbilt. That's a trillionaire family at one point.
At one point.
No, I'm going to say they can always, it doesn't matter about market cap. Rich folks don't think like poor folks. Poor folks are always trying to impress. Rich folks, they're not into that. You will never know. They're not trying to have their kids kidnapped. They don't move like that. You can't call them by accident. As many numbers if you try.
Oh, Jesus.
So, from what I read, a lot of people don't understand what a Zionist is. And a Zionist is someone who'll do anything for Israel. It doesn't have to be who you think it is. It could be anyone who will do anything for Israel.
What got to do what we talking about? Now you're talking about religion.
I'm going to
Jewish
add
people
up. Again, you may not understand what's going on at play.
Listen, first of all, first
And
of
so
all,
getting back to corporations,
I,
getting
in
back
this
to
whole group
corporations.
of 4 people, the smartest one up here would be me. This I did that when the
I'm not
Mr.
calling
Baba
anyone
came up.
silly
I'm
or
wait,
anything,
when
but
he
I know
came up,
this
he was
woman
the
right here has been
elder.
calling
But
people.
before he came up, I was the
She's been
elder,
calling
and I
people
did
silly
not no
every day.
respect. Okay, which is okay with me,
You
right?
know, and
But
I've never
then
called this
Listen,
woman out
every
her
time
mouth.
you
Bombshell, you gotta calm down.
You know, and
gotta
I've
stop
said
fucking
this.
with
You
me,
asked me to
girl. You
respect
better stop
everybody.
fucking with me.
You've asked me to respect
I'm not
Mrs.
talking to
DJ,
you.
right?
You don't have to curse either.
Okay.
So
Well, listen,
Chill, man.
you
This is
stop
not
being
like
respectful with
listen.
me.
I swear to God, like this is not okay, bye. We done lost Baba Yashabaya because I was discussing. I was trying to explain to you, like he don't do all that like rubber house.
yeah, I understand that as well. And everybody happens to be stupid when she's saying. It's crazy. This is
Okay, well,
not
I
someone
happen to be
who's.
right
This
about
is not an
everything I said
elder.
up
You're
there.
not an
And I
elder.
wasn't referring to
You're
Mr.
not an
Baba.
elder.
I
You're
was
not an
very
elder of
respectful.
mine.
Of course, I know, but I'm
No,
smarter
you're
than you.
older. You're
Everything you
older.
put out
That's
was
it.
wrong.
Older.
I
You're not an
apologize
elder.
to Mr. Baba, though. I apologize for.
But hold on, listen. You know what, Bomb Cherry? I get it that you're intelligent, but it does not have to be an argument about intelligence. Sometimes you might have an equal amount of intelligence in one group. Okay.
But we don't have that up here. And every time I said something, I was the one wrong. So you didn't see that?
No one said that you were the one wrong.
You didn't say that, but yes, that's what's been happening. What are you talking about? When I mentioned the National Guard is for this, and you say no, go look it up and see what the National Guard for. But then other people agreed with me, and then it was right. So, Mr. Baba, I apologize to you, my brother. Okay, I'm always respectful to the elders and everybody until they piss me off. So I apologize to you, though. Okay.
At the end of the day, you know, when it comes, Ashe, go ahead, Baba.
No, I was saying being involved in the community since I was 19. I'm 79 now, and studying government and everything, and being involved with marches, being under Dr. Abernathy, who was a friend of Dr. King, taught and trained by Dick Gregory, Barry Shango, all these people that taught us back in the day when I was a member of the SCLC. And the things we want to learn and do is understand how this government works as a government for the people, and that as a government that is not for the time. We're chasing the wolf cookies of the shadow government, but there's a government facility that operates behind the scene that calls all the shots. There's a group called the Committee of 300. Have you read their book? Have you read the book Behold the Pawns in the Game?
Yes, I have, sir.
Protocol, Art of War. These things we studied. These things we studied because in this you find out who's really running the show. And the Rothschild is a name they adopted. That is not the real name of the family that met at the Rooster Inn there to organize of the so-called Rothschilds. You know, a lot of things we're hitting on, some things we're missing on because we don't understand this. And our people, they don't believe it. But there's a thing called the 3 constitutions that runs the nature of the United States. They are not, and we're talking about one, but when the whole thing changed, I heard somebody say the other day. So what we're talking about, gentrification, both parties is guilty. The Democrats do it and the Republicans do it. It's all window dressing. Because when it comes down to it, what controls the election of the so-called president and vice president? Electoral colleges.
Hey, Calvin.
Yeah, but that's the reason that.
And that's what determines. And what I was saying is this: you're looking at Texas. That's a vast land. There's a lot of land out there that's got this. Ain't nobody in. There's nobody in there, but open desert and tumbleweeds. You understand? Some places may have. Sometimes they have 300 people in it. As a truck driver for 56 years, I've ran all over this place and I've seen it. And the cluster is mostly in the east. We want to learn.
There's a lot of states like that. Mississippi's like that. Louisiana's like that. Tennessee's like that. Not as big as is because Texas is the biggest state here in the U.S. pretty
It's
much,
huge.
right? Yes, so it's double
Yeah.
huge. I used to live in Texas. I'm from Louisiana. I got family and I lived in Missouri, and I also have family in Mississippi. I'm from the South. But what I'm saying
Well,
is,
I'm from Texas, and I'm living in Tallulah, Louisiana now. So I'm from
Okay.
Texas, and I've traveled up all over basically as a truck driver. And then, like I said, I'm in Louisiana. I've been in at least 47 of the states as a truck driver. 6.8. What I'm saying to us, as we travel around the country, we see the living in the condition. And when I traveled with Jesse in '88, when he campaigned for president, we went in a lot of rural towns, and you could see the condition of the people that's living there, and they wasn't black folks; they were poor ass white folks.
yeah, because they live with us in Louisiana. As poor white people
So-
in '88 live with me, just like I'm quite sure in Mississippi. So that's not new, right? That's all around this country, all around. I'm
not saying anything new, but I'm
I'll be
saying that-
60 in a couple of years, and so I have been around this
Yeah, my
country and
parents
other
are
countries as well. And so what I'm saying is, though, this idea about when y'all mention that these trillionaires and things like that, these people that they it's not true, not in the US. Now, if you're talking about you want to go into, who running the country, and then you mentioned the one thing that proves that we are the voters, right? Because if we let everyone vote around this country, there will be certain states that will be the ones who always determine who the president is, because they're so large. But that's why we have what you made it seem like that's a bad thing, that we vote in our state, and then our state, based on if the Republicans or the Democrats win or the independents, they then put in their vote for the winner, who is always the same as theirs.
They determine the electoral college. Yeah, but the thing about like I said, and you can look it up, they've gotten rid of, and I can get my wives, I get our card, where they got rid of the independent party because it was the largest political party out there for a long time. They got
Right.
rid of it like they did, like they got rid of the Whig party and all that. And when the Democrat went Republican, and Republican went Democrat, it was called the Infusion Party. See, people realize they switched and they went into what they call the Fusion Party, and they got the philosophy changed. Most people that claim to be these things don't know whether they're conservative or liberal or progressive. They come in stages. I could be a conservative Democrat dealing with a conservative Republican, or vice versa. It ain't just, and then the next thing you realize, and when it comes to, we pledge allegiance not to the Democrat or Republican, we pledge allegiance to the Republic of these United States. That ain't got to do with Democrat or Republican. That's a whole nother ball game.
Exactly.
Whole nother ball.
So she just
Okay,
posted
so
something to prove that I was right, that we don't have no trillionaires. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna say this: in the state of Connecticut, there's a location called Greenwich, Connecticut, where all the 1%, all the trillionaires all the 1% would be in one tiny concentrated area, more than any place in the United States.
Except here in
Greenwich-
Delaware, right? Except here in Delaware.
No. See, Greenwich, Connecticut. You're not familiar with it.
I am actually. I'm in Delaware, and I'm definitely affiliated and understand Connecticut and New York, like I said. But here in Delaware, where
Greenwich,
most of the
Connecticut
industry-
is
that's
actually the
where the
sixth borough.
DuPonts and Texas.
Right.
This is where they everything here in Delaware.
It's not a big area. But there's a lot of 1%ers
Yeah, there's a lot of 1%ers. Yeah,
in
yeah.
one area.
And they own property in many areas, right? They can own property in other
And they're
countries.
not trying to let you know how much money they have.
Okay. So you saying they do have it, but you don't know that they have it because
They
not
have
telling us they
trillions
got
of
it.
dollars,
You know they got it.
trillionaires in the United States.
That makes lots of sense. But anyway, what was read was that Elon Musk in the next 10 years, and him and a few others may possibly become.
He doesn't own Tesla. They're trying to vote him out.
Yes, they are.
If I ever own 70%,
if they have the ability to vote him out, then how do we own it the way y'all claim?
All you have to do is own 7%
of
shares of the company.
Yes, to be the majority.
And you can vote people. You can vote people in and out.
No, you can still get voted out, which means, and that was what I was saying earlier, that us as individuals is not the same thing as a corporation. That is all I said.
And this is exactly how come they used us as slaves to vote, because this is a corporation.
You don't have to vote, baby. And then that's why we,
like the Bank of America, this is the United States of America.
We are in the situation we are in, just like Mr. Baba said earlier, right? Because we do not participate. And so the mixed messages.
No, you're using we.
We
no,
as
I'm not
black
you.
individuals do not participate. They started to tell us, as far as I can remember, because see, my grandparents were scared to vote because they would get lynched, right? They was afraid to vote. My grandma, I grew up with a grandmother who was very afraid of white people. She wouldn't look them in the eye, and she would just walk right by with her head down, with a scarf on her head. So you wouldn't understand.
Both of my parents are older than you. I just want to let you know you're not an elder.
Your parents are older than me. How old are you?
Yeah, they're older than you. They're
okay, that could be
like, that's wild. Like you're not an elder like that. But I respect. I respect not speaking to you any type of way though, because I don't know who you are offline. I'm not gonna.
Oh no, I know,
like
and I don't know who you are offline either. We just online.
Exactly.
So serious. But what I am saying though, some of the things you have said, my brother, is pure ignorance and don't know history.
Hey, listen, I gotta do another show in the next 15 minutes. This has been a great show. We have went from AI all the way to politics. It's been a great show. You know, it's been 5 hours, and we have another show coming up. And I hope that you guys can come check us out. It's the Weekly Legal Review with Calvin Johnson. Please check us out. It's going to be on the same channel. I'm gonna drop the link right now into the chat.
Oh, you already started, so I can share it. I'm gonna share
it. We're starting like about 10 more minutes. So,
well, first of all, I had fun. DJ, look, DJ Genesis and I, we go back and forth, y'all. But I do respect it, and I didn't say that you was unintelligent. I was talking about him, okay, as a black man. But Reverend Green, you'll get it, baby. And Mr. Baba, I do again.
I already got it.
I didn't, you know.
I'm not spiritually bankrupt, sweetie.
Well, you gotta educate yourself, my brother.
I'm not morally bankrupt, sweetie. You got the wrong one.
Okay, well, get your education.
I'm always my information right. Sure.
We're gonna have that. That show is about an hour, like maybe an hour and a half. Please come check us out, and then they're gonna like do about an hour, like just talking about the stuff, and then after that they bring people up, and you can like talk about the subject. Yeah, definitely. Please come and check it out. You know, I think it's important to like have alternative views. So yeah, this is Baba Yasha. Buy his number for anyone in the chat that is looking. You know, much love, guys. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And also, if you do get a chance, like just donate to the channel. You'll see my Cash App and everything on the bottom. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you guys for sticking with me here. It's been 5 hours, y'all.
All right, adios.
Man, Owaski College Universe, thank you for. I know you've been here the whole time. I just have a feeling you have. Shout out to Owaski. I just know he's been here. And I appreciate you, Owaski. Yes, all respect. Yes, thank you so much, Bomb Cherry. Come again. I like to have like that interaction, you know. It's great to have different. I'm not mad when people disagree. I'm not mad about that. So we're about to start this other show. Give me about 10 more minutes. The show's gonna start. So go to the bathroom, get something to eat, and then come right back on. Oh, okay. Omian. Oh, honey, what the? Oh, Oamian. Oiha. Is that like is that Hawaiian? What Oamian Oiha? That sounds like Hawaiian or like oh, you grew up in Nigeria. Oh, okay. Shouts out to Nigeria. Yes, I love Nigeria. I want to go there one day. I've been waiting. So one day I will get to like travel to take a pilgrimage to the country of my religion. Shouts out to anyone that, and listen, you love Ifa. I love Ifa too. Shouts out to Olodumare. Love Olodumare and love all the Orisha. Shouts out to anyone that is respecting the Orisha. Give mad props out to that. So listen, we are about to take a break because it's been like long. Man, 5 hours. I didn't even realize I've been on here this long, y'all. That's crazy. I just said to my friend, listen, because we were talking, I said, listen, let's just go live. Because you know what I'm saying? So please go back and watch it because he breaks the whole AI thing down. I'm going to cut it up. I need, if anyone knows how to cut up videos and help me with this, please hit me up on IG at DJ Genesis Detroit. Please see this right here. Hit me up on IG and help me cut these videos up because they're too long. People don't like this. 5 hours is too long. If anyone knows how to do video editing, hit me up. I will pay you. I'm not asking for nothing for free. But much love to everybody who stayed with me in these 5 hours. And it's going to be 2 hours more. Trust me. Because once they get going, it's going to be even longer. So much love. Go to the bathroom. Come back here and get ready. This is going to be a very good. We're going to be talking about Trump and all these other stuff. So let's go. All right. Much love, guys. Peace. And this is the money mantra, guys. Don't forget about the money mantra. I want you guys to really think about this in your heart, in your mind. I'm blessed to make money.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move.